Hello, everybody. Nice to have all of you here, as usual, on this Saturday. Here it's extremely cold here. Right now it's -5 Fahrenheit, about -21 Celsius. And with the wind chill, it goes down to the -30s. It is very, very cold. I haven't had this type of cold here in Montreal in a little while. It's been several years in a row that we've had milder winters. But this year, winter not only started early, it started cold and it stayed, for the most part, pretty cold. So, and we're having snow tomorrow. That snowstorm that you guys in the U.S. are going to get, that snowstorm you guys are going to get in the U.S., we're going to get a little bit of it. We're going to get about something like 6 to 8 inches here. So, all right, opening up the websites that I usually use. We're going to get EIBI space up. We're going to get, let me just check this here. Going to open up this here. Okay, this is okay. All right. And we're going to open up HF Underground for Pirates. Lots of skip happening on the 11-meter band, 27185, with tons of overpowered CB guys. Some of them already mentioning the snowstorm. My ICOM is set on CHU Canada 7850, coming in well. Preamp for number stations, which I guess is in only 2 hours. The Morse code ones, yep, in 2 hours' time. And we'll be checking a few things, including and here we go. Everything's all right, and we're also getting a lot of snow this year, but not like, the big snowstorms that dump a foot of snow. We get snow like every 2 or 3 days, about 6 inches, and then 3 days later another 6, and 3 days later another 6. So this year we've actually, I think they probably removed the snow on the street at least 4, if not 5 times already. And it's not major snowstorms. It's really just like we're getting 6 inches here, 6 inches there, and then they're removing the snow. Here the rule in the city is if there's at least 6 inches that have fallen on the ground, they will do a snow removal. So starting at 6 inches. So sometimes it takes more than one storm or one snowfall, but most of the time we get 6 inches pretty easily here anyways. So it's a real winter this year. It's kind of nice. It's funny because my weather station is in Fahrenheit now. I was doing some amateur radio calling CQ. And my weather station is extremely sensitive to RF. And so when I use my ham station, it always, does weird things. So the other day I'm like, why does it say it's 20 degrees? I thought it was like, what is it? The temperature inside the home? And then it's like, oh no, it's Fahrenheit. Okay. So welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Saturday live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We talk about radio, we listen to the radio, we share radio, we just geek out radio of any kind. Mostly shortwave, but some medium wave, some long wave, some shortwave, some scanner radio, VHF, UHF. We'll talk about the famous big geomagnetic storm that hit this week, which was pretty intense, and some observations of radio listening that I got from it. And anything would be possible again because there's a lot of sunspots, and there are a few that are capable of X flares. So this is going to be very interesting to check out what is going to happen. K index rather quiet, 2.4 right now, so that's not too bad. That means that propagation could be pretty good. I mean, solar flux 180, higher frequency shouldn't be bad at all too. Hey, we're recovering quite quickly right now. When I look at the here in Montreal, the time where the sun sets. So on the solstice in December, it sets at around 4:05 p.m. local, which is 21:05 UT. And now we're at 4:50 today. So we've gotten 45 minutes more in the afternoon. So kind of interesting. So anyways, nice to have everybody here. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we're here to entertain and have fun. Also, when this show is going on, there's a beautiful chat room, wonderful people, and this is a great place to be and to just relax, talk about radio everywhere, and just you can ask questions. Some people will answer. I will answer and go through also. Sometimes I'm very far behind in the chat room because I talk too much. So if you don't see me answering your question, sometimes I could be half an hour behind, and eventually get to it. And if at some point you see that it's not working, well, just ask again. So nice to have you here. Once this show is over, we have a Facebook group which has 4,300 members, and there's a lot of activity there. People listening to the radio, sharing what they have, new radios they might have, and so on. It's a great place to be, and a lot of fun to examine and see what people are listening to. I often post when I do some radio listening, and it's kind of cool. I'm going to show you a little something here that I found this week. I was going through stuff, and I found one of those snap circuits that exist. Those kits that have like 500 experiments, snap circuits. And look at that! For today's purpose, I created this snap circuit, which is an AM radio. So if I turn on the switch here, right now it's on CJAD 800.
National headquarters building in Quebec on Green Street, and get some information on.
And of course, you can tune around.
So here I am. Really, what Mike McDaniel's saying is, if I take an OC job, you're my pick. I want to work for Justin Herbert, and be in the California sunshine and go from there. So I don't necessarily think there are any hang-ups here. It's just a matter of, it's understood if you can get.
So kind of a cool little radio circuit, snap circuits that I've done. So it's kind of nice. to check it out. And there's also an FM radio, so I'll check for the FM radio and try to build it for next week's show and do the FM radio. Show you guys the FM radio. It's one of those. It doesn't have a display, so it's kind of a scan thing. You press a button and it scans to the next station. So, anyways, playing around, doing my little being a kid again. So nice to have all of you here right now on the live show. So, of course, you can help me out in many ways. If you want to help out and make sure that I do not starve to death, that I also continue to like this, if you enjoy this show, you can help out by donating a little something. It could be a donation of a radio, by the way. And it's you can donate also. Any amount helps, and it helps me tremendously, helps me continue, as the channel has not been monetizing much lately. So your contributions have been essentially helping out quite a lot. There's a super chat that you can check out here in the chat room. You have a little dollar bill, and you can click that to help out. And you also will have the pizza fund and cat treats for Paul the Cat through PayPal that you can do a little something, and you can send that there. Or if you send it to officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com, it also will go through. So lots of help during the last year. It's been great. It's been really helpful. You guys have no idea. And it is much appreciated. So thanks for the donations. It is really, really important. And if you're here all the time, you're here every week. And who knows, maybe today, the first donation, maybe you've never given a little something, but you really enjoy what we do. Well, why not help out? Jay Watterson69, nice to have you on board. David Ward, nice to have you here. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board from North Illinois. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Free to choose, nice. Bonjour et bienvenue, nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Bobby Burgess, MPRTVG, WA5107 SWL is the shortwave listening call sign in Morgan City, Louisiana. ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. It's got a new text and radio. I can notice lots of stations I couldn't catch before. Sometime even Radio Marti when that's just as good. The only I've used was Reticus, which is the worst for shortwave. Radios are not all equal, and it is, especially if you listen to a lot, it's totally worth it to have something that performs well enough. And it's pretty cool to have a good radio, because it does bring out a lot more stations. So it's pretty cool. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. Idaho Head, nice to have you here. Don't worry, your box, which is just in front of me, is soon to be sent out. It's the very complicated nature of sending a box to the US with radios in it, which I had not anticipated before, but probably Monday or Tuesday at the latest. I think I'm going to just take a chance. I'm going to fill out the papers. I'm going to just dump it the way it is. And from what I see is that if it doesn't go through, it'll be confiscated and returned. So if they do that, then I'll find another way to send it. So, but I think I'm just going to do that and fill out the form, give the box, pay the fees, bye-bye, and cross our fingers. It's going to go through and get to you. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Robert Cross, nice to have you here. Robert Cross bought another shortwave radio. Hacker Halsman make of the radio. Huh, interesting. Nick Amendot, nice to have you here from Romania. Hold Radio's got the cold Canadian weather in his area. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from a snowy northwest Arkansas. And he says you're supposed to get about a foot of snow. Blogger died, a nasty winter storm supposed to hit tonight with 5 to 15 below zero Fahrenheit wind chill. Take care, stay safe. I know in some areas it's going to be a pretty powerful storm. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Robert Cross says, hope you're keeping well. No problem. Life gets in the way sometimes, Robert. David Ward, good afternoon from Temple, Texas. Currently 26 Fahrenheit. And waiting on the next storm. WA5253 is WL. The Vaults, nice to have you here from Latvia. JDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. Super cold, 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit. In Winsville, Missouri. W80113 SWL. Lagadai says the Virginia forecast from my zoo is ZWS 2415 weather radio. Old radio 7 degrees and ain't talking Celsius. I go ahead. Looks like winter is only happening east of the Mississippi this year. Yeah, I know that there was a pretty good time, a pretty many weeks of very warm temperatures south and west in North America. It was kind of interesting. There was like a divide where it's like it's either winter and cold and one part and warm and pretty actually very warm at some point to the west. Brian Leisner getting who knows what in Philly. It keeps changing somewhere between 0 and 6 feet. So Brian Leisner. VA3ZYW, bonjour. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Yep. January, February are kind of the two coldest. And usually we have our worst storms. When you look at a winter here in Montreal, the worst snowstorms usually happen in February or March. It's like that time period is very, very good at giving us very big snowstorms. Last year we had a whopper of 2 storms back to back that just dumped like 2 foot of snow on the ground. It was like, wow. It was crazy. It was the most snow I've ever seen in just a few days in my whole life last year. It was crazy. It took a good week and a half before they removed it in the street here. It was totally nuts. Brad Shaver says it's been warm in northern Illinois. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. And that sounds pretty good. Chinese food dinner. Oh yeah, Paul the cat is just not even going outside. He's just looking. I have to leave the faucet slightly open because here at temperatures that fall below minus 20, and especially now it's windy, there's a chance of my water pipe that could freeze. So I leave a small amount of water going through all the time. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TL in New Jersey. Vault says also had minus 20 C or so during the week. About minus 13 now. Alan Willie, nice to have you on board. David Eartham, nice to have you here from Colorado. And Ryan Leisner, we're getting up to 2 feet. Last heard on 1 foot to 20 inches. That's a good storm. David Stearns, nice to have you here from cold Kansas. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. from from Ontario. Marco Manolo, nice to have you here. I guess he's saying it's 8 degrees. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here from southern Canada. Alabama. Nice to have you here. David Ayrton says it is degrees Fahrenheit here in Aurora, Colorado. Johan Regivers, nice to have you here from the Netherlands. Johan, or I would guess maybe is the pronunciation. Nice to have you on board. Sorry if I didn't pronounce it well. Robert Cross says getting a lot of rain in Ireland. Old radios, no news of radios this week. So far, I haven't been able to revive that Radio Shack scanner. I need a power plug, I guess. So yeah, if it's not damaged, if batteries in leak, and maybe leak on the circuit board. Johan says the Netherlands, it's almost springtime. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona, 65 Fahrenheit. Brian Leesner, one of my neighbors, works for the Department of Streets, so they will plow my street. Bowman's, nice to have you here. And big shout out for Steve, an hospital bed next to mine in New Cross in England. So take care, guys. Hope that recovery is good. Robert Varner works some stations. It's Winter Field Day. That's true. Winter Field Day going through right now. Absolutely. Old Radios is tuning on the WT2 global groups. Fred Waterer, some places in the U.S., an inch of snow shuts down the city. We get a foot of snow in Ontario, and the buses might be 20 minutes late. Yeah, same here in Montreal. Toast and Loaf, I got a good time lapse of the Aurora in Abitibi and uploaded in my YouTube page. Cool. There's a lot of videos and pictures of auroras coming through. It's pretty amazing. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from a cold central Pennsylvania. Robert Cross, I'm hoping to getting back into listening radio again. So pretty cool. Cool. So it's nice to have you here from Holland, Johan. Chicopee Radio. Nice to have you here. I had that before, and it's cool to do. So it's pretty cool. Only thing, needs a subwoofer, definitely, Blogger Day. You know what's cool is just it's the only thing I would like on that kit that we see some parts, but like the chips. The IC chips and stuff like that are encased in the plastic. I would love to have like if they would have put clear plastic so we could see the actual part. Would have been kind of nice. But yeah, it's kind of cool. It's the one I have is like I think it's 750 experiments in one. And it comes with 3 big books, like 1 to 0, like 1 to 100. 100 to 300 and 300 to, or it's a 500, 300 to 500. Yeah, 500 I think is the one I have. And so, yeah, I was looking at the stuff and it's like, oh, look at that, the old kit. Why not take it out and see? And I was going through. The first thing I purchased, I built was a transmitter, an AM transmitter. It was broadcasting some of the one chip that does like the music. Like little tones of sounds, and I built that, and I could listen to it on one of my portable radios. And then I saw the AM radio. I thought, oh, this is going to be cool. I'm going to build that for the live show. And but it works. It's surprisingly sensitive. I would be curious when propagation is really, really good, if I could even maybe get some US skip at night. Volts, someone just worked KP5 and from Ottawa on 21090. So yeah, I could maybe check it out, but I can't. 15 meters will mess up my stream, so I'd rather not touch anything. I'll get it at another point in time, maybe this weekend or this week. Old radios, man, looking at that. Great job. If I had the task on working on it, it would never ever work, and it would be thrown across the room. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul. AA1SU checking in from Northern Vermont, and +3 Fahrenheit at the moment. Perry, Mr. Biker in Sherbrooke, Quebec, nice to have you on board. Ricky, nice to have you on board from Alberta, Canada. Always nice to have you here. Always nice to have you here. So, pretty cool. Brad Shaver, cheers. Lester Polyester, nice to have you here from Knoxville, Tennessee. I like the name, Lester Polyester. Robert Cross, thanks for the tip, much appreciated. No, I haven't actually. You know what? You're just reminding me that I haven't restarted the Zooms yet. So let me look at that. Maybe in February we could restart the last Sunday Zooms. I kind of completely got out of my mind. A&H Weisman, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip, much appreciated. Brian Leesner testing 25 megahertz WWV on the NRSP-ST, nice and strong today on the amplified loop, and the PL 990X passive loop, nice and strong also. Let's check it out. It must be coming in today. The propagation looks good. Yep. WWV on 25,000 kilohertz coming in decently well. Brian Leesner, 7850, CHU strong with noise. Lester Polyester listening here on a micro SDX plus SDR. Cool. Idaho Head, best luck at the post office. Yeah, let's cross our fingers. It's probably where is going to be more complicated. I think it's at the border. Old Radios says in his area, small dusting of snow, and that's it. Fred Waterer, I have all my device charged and storm chips. That's good. Thank you, Idaho Head, for the donation. Much appreciated. Megan says, mostly so far this winter has been beautiful spring here in Denver. Old radios, February and March are pretty bad times too, but late February it gets warm or it stays cold into April. Yeah. 09 Keller, nice to have you here from North Texas, 18 degrees now. So Paul in Vermont is getting KP5 and P3 VI from the Seychelles Island. Brian Leesner ordered an M-Lite 880 from Banggood, awaiting delivery whenever, and I'll definitely report back. Cool. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Christopher Cullen, nice to have you here. Robert Cross has my €3,000 computer running great. Believe it, parts in my computer gone up in price, €700 to €800. Parts I selected. Yeah, I was looking at DDR5 DRAM, and a year ago, 32 gigabytes DDR5 was something like $150. And now, the same DDR5, same speed, is $700-800. And it's completely nuts. It's like the prices have gone crazy high, so I expect computers to be very expensive this year. Nicole, nice to have you on board, G6 PGV. from the northwest of the UK. Nice to have you here. Matt Clapton, nice to have you here from the UK. Do you have any pics of outside? Yeah, I think the sun is in the camera though. If you can be a little patient, probably there'll be a better view. Let me just see if my camera, what it looks like right now. Yeah, it's all washed out by the sun probably. If you give me half an hour, you're gonna probably see it better. It's gonna be there. Just hang in there, and I'll put it up. We've got on the ground here maybe a foot of snow total. Brian Leesner, my pipe survived the last cold snap of 5 Fahrenheit. Here, the biggest problem is that the pipes were inside the kitchen, along the wall and the door, the back door. And when that was like that, if it froze, I could take my hairdryer, put it on heat, and I could heat the pipe and it would unfreeze. Now, there was some work done and they put the pipes in the floor. So if it freezes, okay, it takes colder temperatures for freezing. The problem is it still freezes, and now I have no access to the pipes. So if it freezes, I'm stuck until it unfreezes. And since it's going to be very cold until Monday, that would mean like 3 days without water. So I got to really be careful not to forget. And not counting the fact that you never know what can happen to pipes if they freeze. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board from wet and soggy Tucson, Arizona. It's only 58. John H., nice to have you on board. Is it possible to hook up an external amp to hear LSB and USB for a Sangean 909X2? Well, what you could do is feed the audio through a device, an amplifier of some sort, that has much higher volume level. Even though the single sideband signals, the weak ones, are going to be weak, you're probably going to hear them better, just because you have more audio. So that's what I would try. Like I had a nasty pipe break from an outdoor outlet a couple of years ago. I didn't know how the faucets up here work, and I left a hose connected. Aha. With your radio, I'm caught up with the live feed now, trying to work the Sitcho on 15 meters. West KEVQJ. I must be getting healthier because it doesn't feel like my soul is being sucked away into the frigid void outside this year. Danielson, nice to have you on board, and just also ordered the M-Lite 880. So that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it kind of looks like a Lego radio. It does, like the colors and everything. So, what else do we have? Tosanov, they were brighter auras on the other cam stream, but BTB was especially colorful. I was on a Iceland camera and it was beautiful. I just left it there. We had the CIDX monthly zoom, and I just put it on the screen here in the back so that everybody could see it. And I mean, it was beautiful. The vaults, I've kind of given up getting KP5 on more bands modes. It needs beam antenna, says the vaults. There's a bit of controversy, and I don't know what you guys think about the fact that they are remote operation, meaning that there's actually nobody on the island, and they are remote operations, so they just left the equipment there. And of course, the thing with Desecheo Island is I know it's very restricted in access, so Probably they couldn't get the the permission to be at there with the equipment, so they just put equipment there. But it's kind of a little controversy-ish, because of the fact that they're operating, in remote, and some people don't like that. It's still Desecheo Island. I mean, the equipment, the antenna, everything is there, but it's just a remote operation. Lagardai has a Lego brand radio, medium wave FM CD player. I used to have a Lego radio only, but I sold it. Yeah, I saw those somewhere at one point. I was like, oh, look at that. Chuck Schreiber. I grew up in Fishtown and have an uncle who lives near Philly. Let's have you here, Chuck. Well, I got blue wrenches here. I know that there's badges for people that talk. That's, I probably forgot to remove that the check mark. LB8CQ, hi, nice to have you here from Colorado. Ian Trini Traveler, nice to have you here from Baltimore, Maryland. Tosselnoff has got 25,000 good. Robert Cross, always enjoy your Zoom. I have a high-end computer for Zoom, so it's going to work good now. Estrella Garcia, nice to have you on board. Been a long time. Hope you are well. John H. says minus 15 Celsius in St. Francis, Wisconsin. RJ Dakota, the coldest that I've ever had to endure was minus 7 degrees Fahrenheit. That was in North St. Louis County, Missouri, in the early 80s. The coldest I've ever experienced was in my teenage years. No, in the 90s. In the 90s, I was a young adult. And it was near, I think it was in January. Not that far from Christmas time, like maybe a week after New Year's or something. And I was living the other place before. And we went to my brother's, which was maybe half an hour walking distance. And my nephews were there, and my nieces that I didn't see very often. And we ended up thinking, hey, how about we go to my place and, we can have fun. Us, nieces and nephews and uncle all have fun together. And so we took a walk, that 30-minute walk. And it was something like in Celsius, minus 32 or minus 33. And it was very windy. So the wind chill was like below 40 degrees Celsius. And I remember that walk, that 30-minute walk, we all had some part of our body that was frozen. I remember my ears like stinging like crazy. And we got there and I was like, man, this is the coldest I've ever seen. And I will always remember, my father was mad as hell, but I will always remember a very cold snap we had in 1980. I remember it was 1980 also. Christmas Eve, 1980 into Christmas Day. We went to a Christmas party on the South Shore. And my father had purchased a brand new Ford car. It was brand new. It was like he had it like 4 days before. And it was minus 35 in actual temperature, real, not the wind chill or anything. When we got out of there at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and the car wouldn't start. And my dad was like so pissed off that his brand new car can't start at minus 35. I remember one of my uncles laughing his head off, just finding it so funny, which made my dad even more mad. That was something. That was something. It was like, okay. I still remember it like yesterday. I mean, I was, what, 13 years old? 1980, I was 12 years old. 12 years old, 11, 12 years old. And I still remember like yesterday. I remember my my aunt giving me a big chocolate Santa. I remember that too. Oh man, the memories we have sometimes. Tosinlov, if I was halfway looking forward to a low noise, widespread power outage, but no joy. Fredwater did minus 42C once. Never, I vowed to never complain about the heat again. So Blagadai has shared his Lego radio. Chuck Davis, I wish Canada had more shortwave radio stations. I do not trust American media. Have a great day from Twin Cities. Yeah, now there's something about radio that we're wondering, because apparently the land where CFRX, CFRB antennas is on sale. It's supposed to be it's for grabs. Which means, what are going to do is say they sell the land. Does that mean CFRB and CFRX are in jeopardy? What gives? So, and I had heard something about it in like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. And while listening to the Glenn Hauser's World of Radio this week, I got kind of confirmation, because I heard Glenn talking about it, that yeah, it is for sale. So it's like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Chuck Schreiber, I heard they are bringing back the Commodore 64 Ultimate. Have you heard anything on this? Yes. It's, I looked at the price here. It's like 485 Canadian dollars. It should start shipping somewhere in late March, early April. It's an actual real Commodore 64 with the same, the official parts. It's just that the parts are, of course, modernized. I mean, the circuit board is like this big. So it's like the chips, the CPU, the SID chips for the sound, everything is there. It's just that it's very small and very modern, but they're the same chips as the original Commodore. And it's coming in a case that is the size of the Commodore 64 at the time and totally compatible with everything. Meaning, if you have an old 1541 drive, if you have game cartridges, if you have anything, it all plugs in. It all works. It's all totally compatible. They say it's 99.9% compatible with the original. So I have to say it's pretty interesting. And I thought that maybe I'd get. I'm waiting for a check. The friend, one of my friends that died. I paid for the funeral, and so I'm waiting for a check that is supposed to, a government check for the refund. And I thought, well, I could use part of the government check refund to buy myself that new Commodore 64. Why not? I'd be curious to have it. And I mean, it's the real deal. It's just that it's a modern version of the real deal. But looks very interesting. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. M7CUN. Tobruk Tim, nice to have you here. Says I went to the food store today, Baltimore. It was chaos and mayhem. Everyone in panic mode. Yeah, I bet. When storms hit, everybody goes in panic mode. Toast and love. My plants drop pretty good, but you get nervous when it gets really cold. Yeah. DH1AO. Let's have you here from Germany. Lester Polyester, what is the status of DRM and shortwave broadcasting as far as frequencies and radios that decoded? Nothing much is happening. That company, that U.S. company that had promised a DRM, inexpensive DRM radio, has not come forward with anything. And it's crazy because how many companies that in the last couple of years we simply, they came out, they said, hey, we've got this great radio, this great thing coming out, and it just never materializes. So that company, and they were actually interviewed by Wavescan, in May, June of last year, had promised a below $50 US DRM capable receiver by the end of the year. Where are they? For the rest, DRM, only a few stations do it. I know Radio Romania, for example, does it. But I think it's DRM for now is, there's no radios and there's nothing except, hobbyists doing it and decoding it on their computers or QESDRs. I have a DRM decoder if you go into QESDRs online. But, there's a few stations using it in an interesting purpose, like Radio New Zealand. Radio New Zealand's DRM broadcasts are not for the general listener. What they do is they send out a DRM signal across the Pacific Islands. And the Pacific Island stations, what they do is they use that DRM to decode an FM quality Radio New Zealand feed that they could put on an FM transmitter on the different islands across the Pacific. So that's the reason they're doing it. Like, for example, the revival, the supposed revival of Radio Nigeria, there's going to be DRM around it. And the reason that DRM is going to exist is to send out a DRM signal across Africa, where in different African countries, FM relays will be able to pick up the DRM and have a high quality feed that they can send out on local FM stations across Africa. So I think that's more and more the way that they're thinking of DRM, because anybody that's decoded DRM knows that it's extremely difficult. It's unreliable. It's, unless you got a perfect signal, forget it. So I'm one that likes new technologies, but I always thought that DRM was pretty much dead in advance. And it's been 25 years, a little, that we've talked about DRM, and it's still not taking on really. And I don't know, man. Somebody out there is pushing DRM like crazy and kind of trying to say, yeah, that's the future of shortwave, DRM. No, it ain't. It ain't. I'm sorry. And anytime you talk about shortwave radio and you tell me that, oh, we've got this new great technology, which means we need a new radio, I always say it's already dead in the water. We've got millions of analog radios out there that work just fine. Why you want us to suddenly change our radios? Most of the countries that you actually broadcast to, people don't even have the money to buy a new radio. You're going to broadcast DRM in Africa? You think people in Africa had got the cash to buy new radios like we do here, us guys? No, doesn't work like that. I don't know, people don't realize that it works the way it is. Just broadcast, and analog's fine. Jim Gordon in Dundee, Scotland, where the weather is settling down after very stormy days. Brian Lisner says, looking, I purchased 2 times 32 DDR5, 6400 megahertz. The current price is 680. In June 28, my invoice dates was $200. Yep, and that is nothing. And 6 months from now, it's going to be 1,000. It's going up like every week. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you on board. Last night got down to minus 19 Fahrenheit, minus 28 Celsius. That is pretty close to what we had last night here too. Kenneth, in my mind, most transmitters on medium wave are mostly in the rural areas of the cities they broadcast to, and most DXers don't seem to mind. Also shortwave broadcast too. Robert Cross says lots on shortwave tonight where he is. Kenneth, when I went to NEU in 1978, one morning the high was minus 12 Fahrenheit, and the low at South Campus was recording as minus 35 that morning. Pretty cold. Alan Willie. Coldest temp I've ever experienced was in Alberta in 1972 on a 62. Youch. Still living on the farm at age 17. Helping my dad rounding out cattle and to send to the market. Wow. That is cold. Danielson was 39 down here in Melbourne yesterday and going to be 43 on Tuesday. Ouch, that's hot. Toast and Love, I think it was 1965 when we had a good blizzard in Syracuse, New York. I think they might have actually closed the schools for a day or two. And imagine in those days, here in Montreal, I know that in those days, closing schools for a snowstorm, that was like exceptional. It had to really be a bad one. Lagarde says, when I was a kid in LA, lower Alabama, the town's water tower froze and overflowed. Ice was pretty. I mean, I don't know how many times we went to school here and, it was minus 20, minus 25. Things have really changed. Back in the 70s when I would go to primary school, I remember that, I walked. My walk was like a 45-minute walk from home to school. And I would walk with 2 of my friends. And I mean, it was minus 25 so many times back then. And even we had some minus 30. And I mean, we just walked to school. There was nothing special. And today it's minus 20 or minus 25, and they're like, well, maybe we should postpone school for today because it's too cold. And I'm like, what? Why? They can walk at minus 25. Come on. I do a head walk to work at 35 below zero in Ellensburg, Washington in the 80s. It's funny because we have, we talk about how our, like back in the day, the temperatures, and I kind of have an interesting feel that it was colder back in the day. We had more often really cold temperatures back in the day. Robert Cross, I think so. Then every one is younger. Everything sticks to our head. Yeah, and it's the unusual thing. It was the first time ever. We always spent Christmas Eve at home, and that time it was one of the first times that we had spent Christmas Eve somewhere else. There's a whole story around that night that it's not here. I should do a YouTube channel with stories of my life. There's a whole other story on that evening there's a reason why we went there, and it's some of those family stories that you're just like, oh God, okay, that's why we're there. Okay. London, 19657. Nice to have you here. It's 22 Fahrenheit in Northeast Pennsylvania. Welcome aboard. Yeah, the vaults. That's what we should do. We should contact the best time for 10 or 15 to Northern Europe would be early morning here, like maybe around 14 UTC, something like that. 14, 15 UTC would probably be a good time to try 10 or 15. So we will try that. We will try that. It'd be a lot of fun, actually. Brian Leesner, just grateful I refreshed my old tired desktop PC in June. Ray Oxford, nice to have you here from sunny Victoria, BC. 3 degrees Celsius. No snow this year yet. So, pretty cool. So, no problem. Have a good brunch. And, with your radio, I just changed my handle to caps at the beginning to better signify that I'm in Vermont. Kenneth says, I ordered my Founder Commodore 64 and it is due mid-February. Mid-February? That's cool, KW61. I mean, I've got the SWL cartridge now here. So I really, really can't wait to decode RTTY and all of that. Brian Leesner, eggs and breakfast, eggs and bread. We have our eggs and bread. Danielson, in winter here in Melbourne, I find it hard to function at 12 degrees. I don't know how you guys live in minuses down to minus 35. Yeah, we're at, if you weren't here at the beginning, we're at minus 21 right now here. So, it's pretty cold. RJ Dakota, cats watching all the snow coming down. I could see the discouragement. I could see that Paul the cat being down when he asked me to open the door in the back, and he sees that there's this thick of snow and it's white everywhere, and it's like, I'm not gonna go out again today. Okay. So, Tosanov found milk at the dollar store. Free to choose. Reissuing the Commodore 64. Yep. The only thing missing will be the BBSs from back then, yeah. The H1AO schools are closed here on our island due to ice on the roads and gusting east wind. Here the east wind is called the Siberian boot. Tosanov, I'd like to get one of the older computers so I can play around with BASIC again. It was fun. Yeah, well, I'm supposed to have the real one, though. The real old original one. Sheldon Harvey has the Commodore 64 with a 1541 drive ready for me. We just need to meet up. The Vault's DRM shortwave to FM. I think that's crazy talk. Getting like 1,500 kilobits on Genus Stereo satellite can be that expensive compared to pumping kilowatts into DRM transmitter. Well, you know what? From what I understand, it is way more expensive than you think, Vaults. It is pretty expensive. And apparently doing that with a DRM transmitter is much more cost effective. So I don't know what are the prices of sending stuff through a satellite, but from what I hear, it is apparently quite expensive. Jim Gordon, some very famous vintage shortwave radios on a famous auction site. The rare Philips AL990, Panasonic DR26, DR29, B60, B45, and others. Wow. They're okay while they work, expensive to repair if you can get it repaired. Let me just check out stuff here quickly to see if we have any pirates that popped up. No pirates right now. All right. EIBI Space hasn't updated its schedule since January 1st. Missing some stuff there. So, pretty... So pretty so yeah, all right, nothing special for now. Let's continue. Brian Leisner, isn't what Americans call Canadian bacon just called ham in Canada? Yep. What Americans call Canadian bacon is ham. The real Canadian bacon is just like American bacon. I should go and get it from my fridge and show you guys. But what usually a lot of Americans call Canadian bacon is when I see the pictures, it's like, no, that's ham. It's not bacon. That's not bacon. DH1AO last week had good tropo on 70 centimeters along with beautiful northern lights. Oh, that's cool. So what else do we have? CY3WR still don't get how DRM work. Does it act like FM, image range location set to, or like shortwave? So anything that you know what, that Red brings up a great question actually, because a lot of people have the impression that a mode, a specific mode, acts will act in a different way from each other. When in reality, the broadcasting of different modes follows the same rules when we talk about propagation. So DRM is just a digital mode. It's a wideband digital mode. So to decode it, you need to have a DRM decoder, either on a PC or any way you want, or a radio capable of it. But the fact is that if it's broadcast over the shortwave frequencies, it goes long distance, just like any other shortwave transmission. So if you transmit DRM towards North America from Issoudun, France, it will act and propagate like any other mode of transmission. It's just that it's a digital mode, so if you don't have a decoder, it sounds like, white noise, pretty much white noise. If you have a decoder, you'll be able to actually take that white noise and change it into voice and music and whatever. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the distance. The local versus international versus propagation, it's really the frequency range you're using that decides that, not the mode of transmission. Another example of that, there is some FM on shortwave. It is a narrower FM than the broadcast band, which is very wide. So it's called narrow FM. And where is it? Where can you hear stuff in narrow FM? One of the places is in the 25 megahertz to 26 megahertz range. You can hear studio to transmitter links from some radios or TV stations. There's less and less of those, but there's still some. I see some logs from time to time, people hearing some. There's the 10-meter amateur band, 29,500 and up, 29,300 and up. I don't know if we can actually tune one. I don't know if anybody's going to be on the FM band of the 10 meters right now, but let's try it. So I'll choose FM narrow here. So there's a guy calling on Field Day FM, 29600 right now. So that's an FM signal. It's a narrow FM signal, the guy calling. Let's wait if he calls again and see if he's there. So the signal has gone down, but so that's FM. FM is a mode of transmission. It's not a band. The problem with the band and and 6RHQ calling CQ Field Day on 29600. So which is, by the way, a calling frequency. Above that, there are some repeaters, though. If you go on 29, 620, 640, 660, 680, there are repeaters that you can go through, but you have to work split. And the input of the repeaters are 100 kilohertz below. So if you go on 2962, there's one in New York City. You'll want to get into the repeater on 2952 and listen to 2962. So you're going to work split. So this is a mode of transmission, and it does not, it's on 10 meters. It's 29 megahertz. If propagation is open, it will go around the world. I've actually made quite a few contacts on FM over the last couple of years with Europe, and I kind of find it cool. It's one of those modes that is rarely used, so it's kind of fun. So this is the fun thing about it. But people often mix a propagation method and a mode, which is two different things. Modes are just different ways of broadcasting information. The rest follows the propagation of whatever frequency you're going to use, basically. Fred Water, Canadian bacon and American cheese are U.S. terms. Yeah. Old radios, they closed the schools because of cold weather. I have no memory of that happening in the 90s. BT Radio, have a good nap. Stay up late working CQ Worldwide 160 meter contest. Aha, that'd be interesting. I should tune around tonight for that. Nick Amendo, people today are too sensitive to anything. This is how media made them on purpose. Yeah, it's kind of weird today. Lagerdice says we close schools here for almost nothing. Yeah. Lester Polyester, thanks for demystifying the DRM situation for me. Amateur radio has an open source software called FreeDV. I've watched a few videos on it. Looks interesting for low power communications. KJ Walda, nice to have you here, and thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Hey, Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Lagerdice, CFRX barely audible, but CHU very good on 7850 on the ATS-25 Max decoder with wire out the window. Famous WOW antenna. Fred Water, nowadays school closures are often liability issues. These days, school buses and liability insurance cost a fortune. Yeah. The H1AO, yeah, that's why the Commodore 64 is back. With RAM so expensive, people are going back to their Commodore 64s. Oh, God. 15570 is, I believe it's Reno Marti, Kevin. Radio Marti is what's on 13570. It's one of their new frequencies, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Until 21 UTC, it should have stopped a few minutes ago, actually. But that is definitely Radio Marti in Spanish from the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter site. What else do we have? Let's check it out here. Like that, there are emulators for the old computers. I got a basic program I wrote a very long time running the TRS-80 color computer emulator, and of course there's an Amiga Forever. Yeah, some people like to. I saw someone doing a project with using like a Raspberry Pi and putting all emulators on it so you can run everything from old computers from the day. I do have a Commodore. 64 emulator on this. Actually, the whole series of Commodore. I got an emulator for like from the PET computers to the VIC-20 to the Commodore 64 on this PC that I'm actually doing the live show. False. As Gemini says, slot on DV, Beast to radio transponder probably around 500 to 1200 a month. So not convinced. Yeah, but, you know, they already have the transmitters and everything, so I'm not convinced that it's necessarily more expensive than that for them to run it from their own transmitters at the same time, since they have everything already installed. I don't know. Yes, you'll go get the bacon, Paul the cat. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give him any of the bacon because he will barf. He goes crazy when I open a pack of bacon. Oh man, he's like just there looking at me. Oh, please, can I get some? I tried twice, and both times half an hour later he barfs somewhere. So it's like, I'm sorry, you're sick every time I give you. But ham he likes, and ham he does not barf. So if I have some ham or a ham sandwich or something, I'll give him a big chunk of ham. It's like he likes that, and that he's not sick. London 19657. Thank you for the donation. I had an Intellivision in 1982, so I had to get the new Intellivision Sprint. It looks and feels great. Even has the plastic overlays which slide into the controller pads. I recommend it. Cool. I have the real original Atari 2600 here, which was given to me by Sheldon Harvey. So, and it's just great. I've got maybe, I don't know, 40, 50 games with it. It's pretty cool. Gamblerman, nice to have you on board. Harold in Norway, LB1NH. Trust and Jill, have you had the JA490 antenna for a while now? How do you like it, and how does it stack up against the ML830? So, basically, it is in performance pretty much the same thing, except that the GA490 has a wideband. It's a wideband antenna, so it goes higher to the VHF range. From what I see, it works great. It does have a little bit of FM breakthrough, but it's not as worse as the. I had the what is it? The K180 WLA, and that thing overloaded like crazy here and was unusable. You have to turn off the VHF. This one is actually, I left the VHF UHF on, because it overloads a little, but not enough to annoy me too much. So I've left it like that. In terms of performance, it seems to be as good as the ML830. What's nice that the ML830 doesn't have an internal battery in the bias T box. So if you say run out of power, it still works. And it works for many hours. So that's pretty cool about that. Our friend earlier that was asking to see outside, I guess I can do it now. Can I? Well, okay, it's still a little rough because of the sun still setting, but you can have a quick idea of the snow we have here with that very weird picture. It'll be clearer later on, but the sun is setting soon. And that window is pretty much southwest, so at this time of year, the sun is right there. Close enough, I'm not sure if I've ever noticed DRM. I probably just thought it was noise. Yeah, I'm sure you have come across DRM. But didn't know what it was, or maybe thought it was a radar or something. Kenneth KW61 29620 out of Catskills really gets out to Texas, Tucson, Arizona sometimes. Philly on 29640. I remembered and I miss when 29660 had that powerhouse of a repeater in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Oh man, that was great to listen to. Rotten Animal. Many years ago, I was in Winnipeg and was 58 below. And I've been at $40 40 Fahrenheit below many times. But 58 below is really cold. Yeah, I can watch. I can imagine. So, Brian Leisner, cool, watching on the TV. GMAC, nice to have you here. Biofang DM 32 UV walkie-talkie. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. I was accidentally calling CQ on 10 meters when I thought I was on 11. Some of these new CBs can be confusing. All the radios, most of the radios today are extremely complicated. It's the amount of stuff, that they can do, and the amount of menus and buttons. You just go crazy. It's like you almost got to follow a course to understanding the radio. Kenneth says, not the kids I can't handle the cold, it's the teachers. So yeah, Kevin, it was Radio Marti in Greenville, North Carolina, in Spanish on 13570. They got a few new frequencies like that they're using. Kevin says, thanks, it's still broadcasting very strong. Yeah, it usually comes in quite well here too. Let's check out 1357. Yeah. Nope. I'm in FM mode. I have to go in AM. Radio Marti. 13570 Radio Marti. Notice the wave of noise that I get. I'm going to put it to a minimum here, like 5. So this is normal. And then suddenly I get that. And you see that it washes out. And it's like that, since the new neighbors moved in next door. So I get no noise to lots of noise. And it alternates. So the noise is gone. It's good. And then suddenly it hits again. Which is really, really driving me nuts. I mean, if you go here. This is crazy. I'm wondering what creates that noise. And this is since the new neighbors moved in. Rob VK3BVW, nice to have you on board. And it's pretty cool to have you here, Rob, from down under. Really nice to see you here, and have a good breakfast.
London 19657. My best friend had the Atari. I had the Intellivision. We ruled the world briefly. My best friend had the when the Atari 2600 was out and popular. My best friend had the Gemini. It was a clone. It worked with all the Atari cartridges, but it was a clone of the Atari 2600. I remember that. Ricky, DRM not a full-time operation for NZ. It's 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. And the transmitters don't run full power in DRM mode. That's true. The DRM transmissions are usually much lower in the amount of power they use. So, I can see how it probably doesn't, cost that much for them to run. And if it uses the same transmitters they already use and already maintain for other transmissions. The Vault's been reading on LNA's low noise amplifiers. It's kind of a trade-off. You either get low noise or good handling of overload, not both. Yeah, I guess you can have both if it's a very expensive low noise amplifier, but at the price we're paying the low noise amplifiers, there's a trade-off, that's for sure. Kenneth, what is all the white stuff? Fine stand? Yeah, absolutely. We live in a desert in Montreal. Oh, God. Hi, LV8CQ says, smash the like button. Well, it's, Jim Gordon has a balmy 5 degrees. Hey, at 5 degrees, I'd be outside in my bathing suit. GMAC has 15770 clear, which is WRMI. Let's try it out here. 1577.
She was a pacifist from Montana, and she was elected a second time.
So that is WRMI. What's down here so strong? Look at that. Radio Martí. 15380 is also Radio Martí out of North Carolina. I guess they're going into an extended schedule today. $15,140 should be Radio Havana, Cuba, but it seems to be just a carrier here right now. And we've got a weak WWV on 15,000. Now I'm going to mess up everybody. I'm starting next week. The temperatures I will mention will always be in degrees Kelvin. DH1AO says here at the Danish border, -2 degrees. Bill Penna, nice to have you here from Marisburg, Pennsylvania. Thanks for making Saturday Radio Day. Happy to be here. Old radios, 13570 coming in. Brian Leisner, Radio Martí, nice and clean with rushes of noise. The signal is pegged. Yeah. Ricky says, my sympathies to you, the noise. I know how you feel. Yeah. Captain Mod Boo, RFI, damn neighbors and crappy appliances. Yeah. I love you too, man. David Ward, Radio Martí, booming in Central Texas, pegging an S meter at the ATS 909X2.
and RSSI at 84 dB peak. Yeah, the ones that are inexpensive, the LNAs are kind of... Sometimes when I see inexpensive low noise amplifiers, I'm like, I'm not sure I would go there, honestly. The H1AO has faint CW on 13570. Huh. London 19657, thank you for the donation. I'm stocked up on D cells for the radios in case the power goes out. And there will be zero noise. It happened before. Hope it doesn't this weekend. So yeah, you got to take care of yourself. Dave in Ohio says winter field day going very well. Pretty cool. London 19657 says, gentlemen, start your chargers. Brian Leisner, if we do have a power failure, it will suck, but I'll be bringing out multiple radios for sure. Here I'm looking at the company, the Hydro-Quebec dashboard, and with the cold, and we have, of course, here it's electrical heating in our homes for most people. We are at the demand of electricity in the last 15 minutes, the last half hour, has been 36,804 megawatts, which means it's 36.8 gigawatts of power being pumped out from Hydro-Quebec right now. And they're expecting that tomorrow morning, with the extreme cold, we probably will go above 40 gigawatts, 40,000 megawatts. This is crazy, the amount of power we use. Crazy. Jim Gordon, what radios are you using just now? I'm using my usual 2001D at home. Bring on the spring weather so I can get out to the park with my new DX286. Right now, well, as we do the live show, my main radios being used are the ICOM ICR 8500, which is here. And this screen here is the screen from my Yaesu FTDX10 transceiver with that neighbor noise that comes in and out all the time, unfortunately. So I've been seriously thinking of doing a lot more, when the weather gets better, a lot more of outdoor listening to make videos and stuff, because it's getting more and more difficult here to do anything, and I'm a little fed up of that. And it comes out to a question I've seen so many times asked, and it's always the same, and it's okay, I got a lot of noise, I don't hear nothing. What can I do? What can you do at home? There's very limited options today. If the noise comes from the neighbors, you have, we have an antenna that saves our hobby somewhat, but it's not a miracle cure, and it's not perfect, and it's not the best. But yeah, definitely for a lot of us, changed the fact that we can listen to radio again. And it's the famous MLA 30, and then in my case now it's the GA 490. But it isn't, and noise here has gone steadily higher and higher. The new neighbors getting worse. New neighbors in the building too. I got new neighbors downstairs, new neighbors there on that side. All of that, you don't know what they're using, what they are plugging in everywhere in their home. The two girls that are on that side, I see are pretty portable connected. I see that they have wireless headphones and earbuds and phones, and it makes me think that maybe they could have some really noisy, chargers plugged in the wall sockets. Uh, it's making me think that the increase, if it continues at this level, will make this place a difficult place to continue in the future, to listen to anything. And that my only options will be take your radio somewhere in the park, take your radio somewhere else. That's how you're going to be listening to radio in the future. And it's kind of a bummer because what is the most fun? Sitting down in your favorite chair in your living room and listening to the radio, right? This is what's fun. And it's not that it's not fun to go outside enjoying a beautiful day and doing radio. You can't do that all the time. And in times like today, I don't think I'm going to go to the park at minus 25 degrees Celsius listening to the radio for an evening. I'm going to listen to the radio for 5 minutes, and I think even the radio is going to just say, I quit at that temperature. So it's something that's bogging me down. It's making me a little kind of sad and depressed for the radio hobby itself, because it's a big thing for me. And plus I got this channel. So I don't know. It's something that's very, very difficult to accept. I've had an idea of when temperatures will be better, will be warmer. An idea that came to mind this year is doing the live shows that I do. Maybe 1 week do the live show here. 1 week find myself in an outdoor spot somewhere, do the live show streaming from my smartphone. And so every 2 weeks, the live show would be outside. Not necessarily always at the same spot, but outside with a radio that, that has low noise and all of that. Hear stuff that maybe I can't hear over here. And also for you guys, it will be a different, it's not always the same background, the same thing, the same guy, it'll always be the same guy, but, there'll be different things to watch and see. So I don't know. It's that could be an interesting thing. More from outside, from somewhere else. And, I've got enough data on my phone every month to do, several live shows. So I think that could be some interesting way of avoiding the noise and seeing what we can hear in other spots, So we'll see. Tostanov, is there a way to tell if skip on the higher bands like 10, 11 is Sportic E or regular ionosphere propagation? Yeah, usually standard propagation gives you longer skip distances, although it's not always true, and it's not always an official way of doing it. But most of the time, Sportic E skip is shorter. It will be very, very short. So it's like you're on 10 meters and you'll hear something only 200 miles away. That usually is Sportic E, not regular propagation. Think about it in the daytime when it's, solar activity is high and you hear stuff in the daytime when the sun's up. There's a good chance it's ionospheric propagation. Of course, if you hear some stuff at midnight when it's dark, it's Sportic E. There's no doubt about it because the sun isn't there for the ionosphere. Another thing that you can check out, there's a lot of details on that website, which is We haven't DX Maps, I believe, dxmaps.com will sometimes or often even give you maps that tell you what type of propagation is being used on your. So here we go, DX Maps. What the hell? Just gonna go to DX Maps here. It won't be long. dxmaps.com. This is weird. Brings me to this really weird website, which I've. This is DX Zone. Okay, wait a minute. DX Maps. DX Maps. There we go. So this website will give you propagation conditions of different bands, and will often give you the type of propagation. Is it, sporadic E, or is it ionospheric propagation, DX Maps? And at the same time, this website is great because it tells you which bands are open. So here's DX Maps. We share with you guys. There we go. So you can check that out. Megan says, I already subscribed to a channel that we in the chat decided to use Kelvin about a month and a half ago, because why not? Hey, it's the official temperature. We should all be in Kelvin. N3WER, Ham Radio Elmer, nice to have you on board. And says today's winter field day, had 500 contacts today. That's great. M. Substain, hi, nice to have you here. Where are you located? Michael, nice to have you on board. And what do we have? Curly the Unacceptable, nice to have you here from the UK. Just connected up my Jupiteru MVT 9000 MK2. Not used in for a while to learn all the functions again. That's the biggest problem with today's radios. They're so complicated that if you don't use them for 6 months, you actually forgot how to use it. It's just crazy. I took a radio the other day that I had not touched in a while, and it took me, I swear, it took me 5 minutes before I actually understood how to change from shortwave to medium wave. A simple thing like that. But it's like, I have so many radios that when you don't use another one for a while, and each radio doesn't work in the same way, it's you kind of forget how they work. It's crazy. Well, I'm thinking about it. A lot of you have been giving me donations through here today. Thank you so much for your donation. Don't forget the super chat. You can give a little something. It's much appreciated. And of course, the pizza fund and cat treats for Paul through PayPal. If you want to give a little something, it is really appreciated. You guys have no idea how giving a little something is helping out. You guys have come through quite nicely last year, and I hope it continues this year. And it really, really makes all of this much more fun to know that you get support from people that love what you do, and it definitely is something that helps me out a lot. And thanks everybody for your donation. Any amount helps. And in a few months from now, anybody that has donated, we will be giving away 2 memberships for the Canadian International DX Club, which is a nice club to be in. So if you want to know more about the Canadian International DX Club, the CIDX, you can ask for a sample copy at CIDX Club sample at cidxclub.ca. And which is here. If you've never asked for a sample, you'll have a sample copy of the Messenger, a great bulletin that is, this one is 100-page. And it's a great bulletin for any shortwave and radio listener in general. And you're part of a club at the same time if you ever want to subscribe. $10 a year, $25 for 3 years. We have a monthly Zoom meeting that happened this week for the month of January. So why not check it out and ask for that sample if you've never asked before. What else do we have? London 19657 noise levels make it look like the YouTube video we have in our fireplace. Looks real. Those love I've heard somewhere you can do field day from home now. I probably heard it here, just forgot. The winter field day, yeah, can be done from home. Absolutely. Michael says, well, took too much of a sip on this one. Oh, man. Sorry. Okay. Michael, what kind of antenna do you need for long wave? Is it worth DXing? So, on a lot of portables, first of all, long wave will be done with the internal ferrite, which is actually pretty good, honestly. And if you have a radio that's capable of doing long wave with an external antenna, well, no, it's pretty much the longest possible antenna that you have that you can put outside without too much noise. It's going to help. Is it worth DXing? Depends where you live, and it also depends. Clearly depends where you live. So an example here in Montreal, long wave now has pretty much only non-directional beacons, and there's very few that make it here. Honestly, non-directional beacons here are now very hard to receive. Anybody that wants to listen to non-directional beacons in long wave, do it now, because they are disappearing very fast. Most of them are being decommissioned. And so do it now, because in a year, 2 years, 3 max, there's just going to be nothing on the bands on the directional beacons. Is there anything else in long wave? Yeah, there's that experimental amateur radio band, which is 137 kilohertz. Let me just check it out here. Long wave. Okay. Wave amateur radio band. I think it's 137 kilohertz. That has, 136, 137 kilohertz, which is called a 2200 meter band. There's stuff there in low power and very narrow, so Morse code, stuff like that. It is a tough band to DX anything that you can check. If you live near the East Coast, very close, and have a good antenna, not too far from the ocean, there's European and Middle Eastern, North African long wave broadcast stations that often make it transatlantic. So you can hear like Algeria, for example, things like that, which has very high power. So there's a few stations that do make it. Some people hear them regularly here on the East Coast. Of course, if you're in Europe, you have long wave stations. There are quite a few that are still on. So, Algeria, Poland, and so on. There's BBC that's still there for I don't know how long, BBC Radio 4, I believe. Things like that. So, there's a few that you can check out. For the rest, at the top, which is technically not long wave, but more like medium wave, here what I get on any radio that says long wave when I put it there. I get Navtex marine bulletins on 490 and 518 kilohertz that I can decode from different areas. 490 here in North America usually has French language, which are the ones coming out of Canada. And 518, quite a few stations all across North America. I hear Charleston, I hear Boston, I'll hear one in the Great Lakes area. The French one on 490 that I get is the one at Rivière-au-Renard, near the Gaspé area in the east part of Quebec. And depending on propagation, you can hear quite a few. I've even heard once the Bermuda one on 518 in English with a Navtex marine broadcast. So that's pretty much what you have, but it's a tough band to DX. Honestly, it is a tough band to DX. And it's more of a question, it's like, is it worth it? It all depends on the excitement and what you want to do with radio. If you find that the challenge of going there and trying to get something might be cool, then you're probably going to have fun and you'll be happy when you hear stuff on that band. So here, oh, it's still staying. Oh, I guess there's ice on the window. That's why it's staying blurry. So, anyways, there's stuff there to listen to, but it's a tough band to DX, depending on where you are, and you got to check that out. Okay. London 19657, you're probably being polite. It must be frustrating if you know it's the neighbors. It is frustrating, absolutely. That's for sure. I mean, the noise appeared on my radio at the same moment they've moved there. So, it's as simple as that. So, hi, LB8CQ says, I have other hobbies. Do civil war reenacting or building plastic models or metal detector or... Yeah, but the radio is kind of, the thing that I kind of like. So it's kind of, you find different ways to listen and different ways to do stuff. But it's sad because the fun part, of course, is listening to the radio from your location, from home. Tosanov, yeah, I know what you mean. Another way without making a loop. Sometimes tell myself I'm going to do this and that this week, and I end up with the week is over and it's like, yeah, I haven't done anything. And I got a lot of stuff on my arms, and I've got the caregiving duties, and the caregiving duties are actually coming more intense lately. So more intense equals less time to do whatever you want to do in life. I haven't even been going to the karaoke because of that. So it's like trying to find any time to do anything is crazy. Yep, you got to invest time to surf the shortwave bands and any radio bands to hear and try for stuff, Trusted here in Newfoundland, we are looking at rotating power outages due to the cold weather and increased power usage. Winter in Canada, got to live it. Yeah, here it's not too bad. The Hydro-Quebec is holding on, but they are saying that they have to absolutely need to build new ways of creating of electricity in order to be able to give electricity to everyone. As every year it's more houses, more people, electric cars now that add to the load on the electrical grid. All of that, it's just creating more pressure on the power grid. So they've actually decided to reactivate a gas power station. They said that they will reactivate it and use it only in times when the power demand becomes so high that they need extra power. Brian Leesner, unless it's a good propagation day, the noise will win out. Thank goodness the MLA30s and the GA490s of the world to make it tolerable. Yeah. Bill Penn, is there any chance of getting a remote receiver at a family or friend's house that you could log on from my house? That would, well, it's not impossible. Maybe I haven't looked at all my options on that. It could technically be feasible, but yeah, I don't know. I'd have to check that out. But there's, it's okay. I get it for the remote receiver. It could bring you back stuff, but there's something about hearing it where you are at your location that makes it extra special. Lester Polyester, everyone, if you can join in on the QRPNet live stream Sunday at 23 UTC. Check in if you can, or Shortwave listeners can give reports in the chat on the live stream. 20 meter frequency announced on live stream. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, a sporadic E is often localized. It's often in a very small area, very close to you. It's often also most of the time on a specific area. So it's like here I'll get some E-skip and it's like, oh, okay, it's open to Florida and Alabama and maybe Louisiana, but nowhere else. Or you'll get in another day and it's like, oh, look at that, it's Colorado and all the states around it. Okay, it's very specific. That usually is sporadic E. But sporadic E can be amazingly surprising in huge openings sometimes. I've had a sporadic E opening that let me do quite a few contacts on 6 meters, 50 megahertz, all the way down to Brazil, Chile. It's like, wow, this is very far, and that was not an ionospheric propagation. It was really a sporadic E opening. So 145 SFG, the way to increase noise is to place out their antenna MLA30 at 10 meter distance outside from home. Yeah, here, wherever you place it, it's full of noise. The noise here is generated in a very interesting way when there's a power outage. That's where I notice it. The power outage, the way that the electricity grid is done here, I could have a power outage just here on my street. But in the backyard, there'll be the neighbors on the other side will have electricity. And when that happens, even though there's no power on the street here, I see no difference in the noise. Absolutely none. So it tells me one thing. It tells me that the noise I get ain't coming from here. It ain't even coming from my street for the most part, except that off and on thing that you see there. And it's so weird. You're like, wow, I have as much noise as even if I don't have power. The only way I have very quiet conditions is when the power goes out both here and in the backyard, the other side, the other street. So it's kind of weird. I'm like, wow, what's creating so much noise from so far away? It's nuts. Hey guys, 4 minutes, 6879 for the Morse code number station from Russia. If you guys want to try it, 6879. 6879. 3 minutes time for the spy number station transmitting out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So 6878 upper sideband if you don't have CW. So Jet NG, nice to have you on board. Boris says the worst noise generator in his house is a Whirlpool refrigerator freezer. Wow. Old radios 27355 CB Talk. So yep, that there should be a lot of that. Brian Laser manuals on tablet, lots of manuals on the tablet. Yeah, my I put all the manuals of everything on my tablet too. It's it's really a great way to go and check out the manuals. Like a dice, sometimes I forget how to turn on the radio on. I had one with a super tiny power indicator on the bottom, shared with some other functions. Yeah. When you have too many, it's just crazy. You forget how to, it's like, you get it in your hand, and you're like, how do I change band? How do I do this? How do I go to a single sideband on this? How do I... It's, yeah. Brian Leisner took out his Ethan Field last night and forgot how to use it. Old radios. I didn't get a radio. I got a Bolex H8 8mm camera. Need to buy proprietary lenses for it. Wow. Snow Talk on 27355. Yeah, I've noticed, and it's because of that storm, that a lot of the skip today on CB was focused around the storm. And here outside of the band, 27425. That's outside, just above channel 40. 27425 lower sideband. So anything on in a few seconds will I hear number station from Russia. Perry, yes. Priam, I'll share the link here. This is the best place for the schedules of spy number stations and all the information needed. So here's the link, Perry. Priam. Funny how it echoes when you set stuff down. Yeah, I think it's because of the springs of the articulated arm is like the springs kind of make like a reverb. Doesn't love. I don't think I've ever heard anything on 136, 137 kilohertz. I don't hear Morse code or anything here. Or if I do, it's very weak. But I don't have a good antenna for that. Yeah, I've never heard anything on that range either. At all. David EXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you here, David EXer. ZY3WR, what the range for long wave? I think I heard something at 171. I don't know if that's station or overload from the FM station. 171 is one of the frequencies where there is a station. 171 kilohertz is a long wave. You probably heard Morocco. Morocco is there, and that one is reported often, and it's a very powerful transmission. MIDI 1 and Morocco. The range for stations in the long wave band is 153 to 279. So that's the range for the broadcast stations. So 153 to 279 kilohertz. If you hear talk in those frequencies, there's a good chance you are hearing a long wave broadcast. And where you're located, ZY3WR, you should be hearing a few of them. Oh yeah, absolutely. LB8CQ. It's fun to have other hobbies, definitely. I do have several things going on. I like radio, but I like listening to music. There's a lot of stuff that, make me do all sorts of other stuff. RC radio control stuff I love. Got our RC cars here that go to 40 kilometers per hour, which are difficult to control at that speed. I got a drone now. I'm just waiting for the weather to get better to use my drone. Doesn't know if I've been wanting to get some solar system going on. I've been I always been thinking if I had my own house, I'd probably put some solar panels and try to be as autonomous as possible. I'd like to do this, something like that. Doesn't know if I remember hearing thousands of truckers on Channel 19. I thought maybe that was not sporadic. Yeah, Channel 19 is the trucker channel. 19 and 20, both are pretty much truckers. And there's less than there used to be, but there's still some. Sometimes I'll put myself on Channel 19. I've got a major highway not very far from here. And so I just listen in and see if anybody's there. But, it's not like in the 80s when there were tons of trucks out there all the time. I still remember that, what was it, the React? It was that thing on Channel 9 where you could just call in for emergencies. Mike B, seeing the Texan PL520 in some places on the internet. Is it a PL330 with a kickstand? Just a PL320 with SSB? What's up with this little radio? From what I understand, it's an upgrade to the PL330, but from what I also understand from seeing a few things, I've seen a few comments of people that owned the 330, got the 520, and said, apart from the kickstand, I don't see any improvements. So I don't know. I'm waiting for Nonco to officially have it in stock. If I see that, I'll ask Anna if she can send me one that I can play with. Alan Willie, medium wave reception here has gone in the tank here for a while now. Worst I've heard since I moved to Newfoundland in 2002. Yeah, and this week, this week with the solar, the geomagnetic storm. I mean, oh God, the medium wave was dead. I had local stuff here and pretty much nothing else. Although there was an opening at the end of the storm, Sheldon was telling me that WBZ here in Montreal was overpowered by a station in, I think it was North Carolina. A religious station from North Carolina was actually making it and being more powerful than WBZ in Boston, which usually is the powerhouse on 1030 kilohertz here in Montreal. Jim Gordon, Angela, good luck with your karaoke. I've been invited to a karaoke party over here in connection with the community work I do. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that is possible, Robert Cross. You got to be careful when you build a PC. everything you do on a computer, everything you add could be a noise factor. I've noticed, for example, in desktops particularly, when I used to have my desktop computers, I would try 10 different power supplies and look at my radios and see what it does. And before choosing which one was my official power supply for they were mostly gaming desktops, because they're not all equal. Some are quiet, some are super noisy. Graphics cards, GPUs, could be very, very noisy. David Stearns, where did you get the digital clock in the background? I got it on Amazon. And yes, you can have it in a fixed color or changing colors like I put. It comes with a little remote control that you just choose. So you just do what you want. You put the colors you want on it. If you like a fixed color, you'll get a fixed color. Red, blue, yellow, whatever color you want it, green. Or like the one that now I set it at, the colors are changing all the time. But yep, you choose the colors. And I love it. I really love it. I saw it online and I said, okay, I got to get that. I want that clock. Longer died. Texan PL520 available now only in China is a PL330 plus a kickstand plus a favorite button plus an additional bandwidth option for 5 kilohertz on long wave, medium wave, and 6 kilohertz on shortwave. So it's really the performance that will be the one to check for. Trustin, the last 6 or 7 months have been bad for my local reception due to solar activity and my new local interference. Starting to wonder if there's a problem with my MLA30. As a result, I'm listening a lot less. Yeah, maybe you should check that out. Maybe your MLA30 isn't, mine when it gave out, I noticed. Even though everything seemed to be normal, it was not normal. It was like, no, there's something wrong. So maybe you should check that out. Also know if I would guess Spartak E is independent from solar cycle if they're regenerated by thunderstorms, but I don't think it is. Spartak E is independent from solar cycles, but not totally. What has been noticed is that when we're in the we're in the peak of a solar cycle, there seems to be less Spartak E happening. And last summer was the summer with the least amount of Spartak E I've noticed in a very long time. And Spartak E is known to be often associated with big weather fronts. So when there's a big storm and there's these cold and warm fronts going through, it seems that weather has maybe some effect on Spartak E skip. And of course, there are 2 times in the year where they are really, really intense. The summertime is the best one around the solstice, June, July, and a smaller Spartak E opening near Christmas time. Brian Lee's near seeing and hearing a lot of activity on 40 meters. That could be the winter field day. And the 19657 XREXS large digital wall clock with remote control, 17-inch LED large display. Yes, that is what it is. Doesn't know if it's seen. Okay. Brian Leesner, the NRSPST got a firmware update very recently, only using the web interface. I'm going to. You know what? I was thinking about it this week. It's been a long time since I checked an update for it. I'm going to have to check out to update that NRSPST of mine too. So, yeah, you might call it PL520 a PL320 with SSB. Or else they could have called it the PL530. That would have been a direct link from the 330 you go to the 530. Oh yeah, it is a thick metal cabinet. It's made to be, put somewhere remote and used from that area. It's really made to be its own thing. And yeah, it is nice. Definitely, it is nice to have the NRSP that you can just connect to through a web interface. Definitely. Blogger Dice says his vehicle has an app called Car. Okay. Next, guys, if in 8 minutes, 7652. Let's try 7652. CW. 7652. And here, anything else on the IR bands? Remember, guys, if you are going out of bands on the 11 meter band, 27555 is an active calling frequency. People will call in CQ here, and then they will say, okay, I'm waiting for a call on another frequency. So you got to listen. It's funny because, when we say it's delicate sometimes, what we do, so broadcasting on 27555 is technically illegal, but a lot of people do it. And there's a guy that is on the 80 meter band here in our local in southern Quebec, speaks French. And he goes on 27555 regularly, and I recognize his voice. He's got a distinct voice that you just, when you hear it, it's like, oh, look at that. It's that ham. And you're like, well, you got to be careful because that is illegal. You're a ham, a licensed ham. It's kind of it's kind of touchy to do that. I'm not sure that, I got a pretty distinct voice too. I could imagine if I would do that people would kind of know it's me, So, I don't know. The funny thing about Skip on the CB bands is when I had my first walkie-talkies back in like 1980, 81, 82, we were at the top of the solar cycle back then, and Skip was there all the time. And I still remember I would try to talk to my friends, and I didn't know anything. I was an innocent, I was an innocent, kid that just knew nothing about propagation, radio. And I remember one guy coming up, and he was very powerful. And, the walkie-talkies I had were 100 milliwatts. So unless it was very quiet, when it was quiet, we could do a pretty amazing distance with those. But the there was this Skip, and one day there's this guy in English, very powerful, and with an accent. It's obviously Skip from the United States, And I just said, hey, we're on the channel. You should move to another channel. And I was telling him that all the time, and it was like, why don't you move to another channel? No, that guy is like so far away. With 100 milliwatts talkie, you're not going to reach him. But, I was annoyed because every time he would broadcast or he would talk, he would block us from making any communications. It was like, okay. Oh, God. Brian Leisner's lost sync with his atomic clocks, too. Yeah, I hear atomic clocks in Montreal are difficult to synchronize. Not impossible, but dang. How would the clock display handle Chartreuse black bread. What the hell? Can it? Look at that, I went to the weather.com to see when the snow starts, and they showed me an ad for the last radio I ordered. Yeah, that I get a lot of that. I was looking at what did I look at yesterday? I looked at something electronics related. And I went to a website that has absolutely nothing. Oh, I went to this. I was searching because we have a local company here that makes underwear. And I was curious to try their underwear. And while doing the search, it's like, okay, here's the underwear you're looking for, but here's radios. And it was like, underwear and radios. There's something weird about how that doesn't seem to really go together. Oh, God. Robert Cross, that's interesting, Shell. I was thinking afterwards, maybe your next door neighbor is using LED lights. I didn't notice around Christmas. Or Christmas lights, they flash. No, they are. You know what? The neighbors next door are very almost Amish. They're not Amish at all, but they have a living style that is like very basic, and I can't see that they would have that much technology except just what's needed. So this is why it's kind of weird for me to think that there's so much noise coming out of there. And I don't know. There's a let me just search for what's the term in English. Thermopump in English. So they have a Samsung heat pump on the side of the house that's facing here. And I've been wondering if that Samsung heat pump is not the problem with the noise that you guys have seen on and off. I'm wondering if their heat pump is not the problem. So I don't know. So 30 seconds away from a possible number station in Morse code on 7652. 7652. Let's see if it comes in. I'm hearing it. It's not very strong, but it's there. It's not very strong, but it's definitely there. So I'm hearing 7652 Morse code right now. Dostanov, it makes me want to experiment and use weather radar apps to see if... You know what? You should. You know what? Dostanov, one of the things that I did see about Sportic eSkip is... I don't know if you've heard about sprites. So when there's a storm front, there's a lot of thunderstorms usually in there. And when there's lightning, there's also the component of the thunderstorm, which is sprites that go upwards in energy. They're usually like red, kind of weird looking phenomena. And they're wondering if that part going up, if it's not creating some ionization of the ionosphere. Sorry, guys. And so that could be. You should. I've noticed that when I was like a long time ago, when I was really searching for Sportic eSkip, I've noticed that when big fronts come through, when it's very hot, and suddenly the weather pattern changes and gets cooler, I've noticed that almost always Sportic eSkip is happening during that period of time. But you should. It's kind of fun, you know. It's kind of a little science experiment, trying to learn more about all of this. The H1AO, once in my life, I had a full corona condition, and I heard my own CW delayed on the long way. Never happened again to me. Yeah, it can happen. Sometimes it's very, very surprising what propagation could all do. Is the space weather bad tonight? It's not too bad. Let's go and check out if there's an update on the space weather. So K index is unsettled 4, so it's not perfect. Not perfect, but not the worst either. Solar flux is 180. So it's not the best, but it ain't the worst. Jim Gordon, the installation of LED stair lights by my landlord ruined much of my shortwave, medium wave shortwave reception. During Gear TV, I don't think the authorities care anymore about CB11 meters. There is a Spanish guy near me who claims he runs 1 kilowatt on 27555. Yeah, you know, they don't have a lot of people, honestly, to do anything about that. And they concentrate themselves you know, to real important stuff like the FM pirates that could interfere with other radio stations and stuff like that. But it's like the shortwave pirates. You know, they don't care. I think they don't care anymore, those shortwave pirates also. Kenneth says, hang around the CB band and your innocence would soon disappear. I can tell you one thing. I still remember, you know, when I would go out to the park with my walkie-talkie alone. Nobody would really care much about that. But I had somebody's friend, a friend of mine, or his mom, would tell me, you go alone in the park with talkies and talk to strangers? Don't you think something could happen? And, you know, I mean, I was innocent. It was like, well, what can happen? Yeah, you know. And so I remember one night I turned on the CB radio, and it was in that time period. And there's this kid. The kid is talking. It's obvious it's a kid. And there's this guy on the CB radio. And the guy's talking, and he's asking these questions. I still remember. He's asking these questions, including, you know, one about masturbation. And I remember I got on the air and I said, what the hell are those questions? You're talking to a kid. And he just disappeared. Disappeared instantly. You know, like, what are you, a CB pedophile or something? It's like, what is that? It's like, it's obvious you're talking to a kid. It's like, what the hell? So, you know, definitely CB radio is going to take the innocence out of you, I guess. Jim Gordon, my other hobby besides radio is old films and old-time radio shows. Does anyone who knows said, what evil lurks in the hearts of man? I remember that phrase, but I don't remember from where. The Wind, nice to have you here. From New York, Seneca County. So okay, I'm gonna update my my RSP device. The Camendot got a QSL card from the DCF77 atomic clock. Oh wow, that's cool. That's cool. I don't think their artworks are arc welders. I know that E is the guy works at the it's the national office of the National Board of the National Film Board of Canada, and he's an expert in old projection movies. So I know that's what he does, because we were talking about what, I saw him and I said, "Oh, coming home from work," and he told me that he was doing that. Bill Penna, yeah, I got a few people talking about it earlier. The new Malahide, the M-Lite 880. So I will have to check out. I will have to check it out. It's Tosanov. It's 7652, not 6752. Tosanov, I thought maybe sprites had some distinct noises. Kevin, WS2H, I remember back in the early 90s, I had a 10-meter radio altered for 11 meters, and it was peaked and tuned with an static microphone. My reception reports were always loud and clear. Wow. RJ Dakota, I never knew that Samsung had anything to do with large heat pumps. When I was younger, I had Samsung air conditioner, but when I had to clean it, all the internals were labeled Matsushita. Yeah, I noticed that the heat pump was a Samsung on the side here. So I guess they do make some. Kenneth says, YouTuber and Storm Chaser Pecos Hank has some great videos and sprites and jets. Kevin, I owe you one, no problem. Bobby CrossFit, you could do show put one of your portable radios up nearer to that Samsung pump. Yeah, I was when the snow will melt, I was thinking of just taking a portable radio and walking around the backyard and the side of the house where the heat pump is. So I'll see if that's the case. Next and last is an 11 minutes 8176 CW, and this one is interesting because this is where there's a crossover. So 27555, lots of people calling. So the guy's going on 440. So let's go down to 440 and see what's going to happen. Not hearing anything. So anyways, on 8176, I'm going to try it here because it seems that the last few times, this is where I would hear it more on this one than on that one. I guess that's pretty much maybe where the crossover happens between the two channels. If you, by the way, want to listen to it, I believe, yeah, World of Radio is starting its broadcast from Glen Hauser, 15770.
Belarus. Here's a story dated January 21st from 404media.com. Is also quoted at.
So Glen Hauser's World of Radio starting on 15770. Let's go to 8176 and wait there for the Russian Russian broadcast of the number station. Dan L., nice to have you on board from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Just waiting for the snow to start falling. A lot of guys are waiting for that snow in the U.S. We should have that tomorrow. We should have that tomorrow. Because Apple is a rich device, so they don't want you Bolex, they want you to say Rolex. ILVACQ says, I'm an older Night Tracker Cobra in the car. Love it. I don't talk on it much, but love listening to it. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. To Rogue Tim, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And these are impulse buying radios. That doesn't happen to me. Good. A Rolex radio, yeah. That'll be a very expensive radio. Doesn't know if a lot of welder machines have lead lengths that make a good dipole. Robert Guarino, nice to have you here. What Evil Lurks is from an old radio show, The Shadow Knows. Not an animal, let's not go there. Too delicate of a comment. London 957, Brian Nice Gear, okay. Robert Cross, good night. Going to have to a cup of tea, heading to bed. So take care, my friend Robert. And the UK, stay safe. And see you next week, 20 hours Universal Time. So let's see. Metaliner, nice to have you here. Let's see when we'll get our next number station, 8176. Will it come through? And so, and then I will take my break. I will take my break for my caregiving duties. And at the same time, new beer. I need a new beer. I'm almost out of beer. You guys don't want that to happen, right? So, hope. And apart from that, anything else? And the Pirates are very quiet tonight from what I see. Pirates, nothing much happening. Tonight, nothing is going on in the HF Underground. So very quiet. It's funny, I have the impression of hearing somebody talk. Oh, maybe it's the CB radio. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. So 8176 is here. Joseph in San Francisco, California. Nice to have you here. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. Says beer is bad, no beer is worse. 19657. I need a Shadow quote from old time radio shows. Look at that. Shadow started in 1937. Wow. Pretty crazy. For those that weren't here earlier, as we're waiting for the number stations from Russia, I found my old Elenco set and built the AM radio experiment out of it. So we got all the coil, the tuning capacitor, of course a speaker and everything, volume control, and a detector chip. And so here it is.
Let's hear from Jeff Saturday, ESPN NFL analyst, and how worried he is about Sam Darnold's struggles versus the Rams.
I think their best unit is the defensive side. Cam Ward is an up-and-coming guy. You got to surround up-and-coming quarterbacks.
That's 690 kilohertz TSN Sports.
That's a good defense. The biggest question mark for me on
Vous êtes de plus en plus ralenti et la situation ne s'améliorera pas vraiment jusqu'à l'échangeur des Laurentides. Donc, pour le moment, léger ralentissement.
This is that's the traffic station on 730 CKAC.
dogs are paying attention.
Well, this is a study on these weird dogs.
This is the CJ80 800 station. So all out of this kit, Alenco kit. So it's kind of cool. It's not too bad at radio actually. And else we have. Well, it's a kit. There's nothing London 19657 as a children's kit. It's a kit. Whatever age you are, you can have fun with those. Doesn't matter the age. It's just a kit to have fun. It's 6 volts. There's two. If you look at it here, it's 2. You can see that on the side, on the top. 2 batteries here and 2 batteries here. They are in series. They're in series, so it's a 6 volt. Works on 6 volts. It's mostly that it's a kit that's done to make sure that children can't get hurt. It's really done in a way that you just won't handle anything dangerous. That's the way this thing is done. So, do we have... Kenneth says that's why I stopped aging at 39. What? Age? What's that? In March, I'll be 57. Oh, God. So... I'm not hearing anything there. I'm not hearing anything on 8176. Nothing at all. So it's not making it. So what I will do is leave you with the soothing sounds of Glenn Hauser, World of Radio, and I will go and do my caregiving duties, come back with a beer, and we'll continue the show.
Among original replies, I did not hear any azan, just to Radio Iran. Translated as Radio Iran, the voice of freedom for the Iranian people. Bill Buchanan of the Exterior QSL Museum says Radio Zavlan, the Darling, will be on night 1705, third season 1830 to 1930, until March 29th.
So see you in a few minutes, guys.
540 kilohertz. I get the impression from the sponsored emails that it's hardly more than an individual financing radio broadcast to Iran. And another recorded by Bill Buchanan, Radio Shahram, SHADNAME, voice of the new Iranian clandestine. Could well be under remote via found at 1530 to 1630 on 7465 and 17540. The Eastern Coast 1900 on 9680. As of January 16th, check shawname.org. Via Alan Pennington, media. Voice of America's RC to Iran is mounted on 1540 kilohertz is back to the console. Being used until 2330 close down each one. Note this is VOA RC programming and not radio or on. It's announced on the VOA RC website as of January 10th. And Zaharis Naga says BBC in Farsi on 1395 kilohertz. South of 1930 UT. VOA's Token Korean broadcast from Washington continues forward at 1530 to 16 UT. But now, via Mike Cooper, Reuters reports that Radio Free Asia is going to resume its Korean broadcast on January 15th. They said it was cut last year in a cost-cutting drive. The plans to revive it as a way to reach reclusive North Korea later next week, and it's already been, but we don't have any details yet. The effort would rely on 4 reporters based in Seoul, South Korea. There will be one original radio program planned per week. Kyrgyzstan, Intellisputnik.ru via RusDX. Kyrgyzstan will begin inspecting TV channels for domestic content. They will not be allowed to show more than 40% of their content in Russian. Local authorities modeled up the share broadcast the national language be increased to 60%. The Central or the Sutu, the Arctic Radio Club, Christopherazzi, Austria, and his remote US blog on Hungary says, Ultimate Radio from Masera Lesotho has deactivated its transmitter on 891 tourists can be heard here in Salzburg on Africa beverage antenna around 2030 UT, despite interference from Algeria and a station in Holland. The A26 HFCC meeting is underway in Malaysia. Does that mean that Malaysia might get back on shortwave itself? I will ask you the conference. 1665, the last frequency has been inactivated. I asked Jeff White about this. He says, believe it or not, Malaysia is not even at the conference. However, he checked in, says later, some info about RTM. They have 3 100 kilowatt continental transmitters, and the continental representative is going to the site some 35 miles from KL to do some maintenance or to see what needs to be worked on. And they bought 2 new 100 kilowatt shortwave Antagon transmitters, which are being installed now and should be in operation soon. For domestic broadcasting, perhaps mostly for Malaysian boarding. More about this, I assume, on Wavescan coming up. January 19th at 0505 UT. Spanish will start landing on 1060 kilohertz. It couldn't be Radio Educación. It's commercial, or is it? And for something called Baracana. And it's playing the Mexican anthem at 06 hour. So it must be the only one that's put on 1060. XERDO, Tamoros, Tamaulipas, 2.5 kilowatts of that. Via international vacuum, internet, AM, FM, and shortwave. World Radio 2331. Non-commercial service, as is our website, worldoradio.com. Thanks this week for financial support from Peter Robinson and Preston UK. The city contribution via PayPal, not necessarily US funds, to WORADIO@yahoo.com. For mails contribute via money order or check on the US Bank to Glen Housen, PO Box 1684, ENID OK 73702. Radio New Zealand International has made some schedule changes, so here's their latest info from how to listen as updated 17 January. These are the AM channels. I'll just give the start time for each. It takes about a minute to change. From 1859 on 15730. From 2059 on 17675. From 0559 13755. From 859 11725. From 1259 7390. From 1651 11725, except on Saturdays 9700. Here are some North American pirate laws outside the regular pirate band, reported by Mark Taylor, Wisconsin, and Monster Carson. 14032 USB, Ball Smacker Radio, 0217, January 17th, parallel to 6960 AM. And then station and USB unidentified, but with lots of music he could identify, jumping around from 4 different frequencies, 9890 to 9875 to 9860 to 9830, between 2115 UT January 11th and 0127 UT January 12th. He says it was nothing but Segwave music, distinctive 13 kilohertz USB signal. I guess he needs bandwidth, and audio quality throughout. Frequency jumps did not seem prompted by anything in particular. All frequencies were at fair reception. Ron Howard reports outstanding propagation. For both Monterey, California.
Yep, Polycat.
SIBC 5020.
Polycat is here.
Frequency past 1215 UT. There was a closing ID, and that's what
Just saying hello.
Resuming with a non-stop variety of songs. Talk in English from Spain did recur on Wednesday, January 21st at 2313. Something's not right in the way. That's why I went to house 5030. The Middle East frequency was dead air. The North American frequency 9690 was really not sufficient for easy listening this deep into North America. The other frequencies, 17715 and 17755, were very long carriers. Was the frequency use of English to North America every day at 23 UT on 5960 for January 20th. Something's always erroneous at Everland. UK Nod. Tony Paddock reports 26 was BBC World Service via the Oman site in Farsi, but on frequency. Supposed to be 9465, the 3rd January 16th on 9462.8 until Arbit 1700 is scheduled. Just a trace in BC, but a strong signal into the Kuwait remote. Perhaps they were varying the frequency to avoid jamming from Iran, but none was heard. And now USA. Takahito Akamayashi in Japan says, according to the Shaolin Broadcasting Station, VOA resumed Chinese service on Shortwave at 22 UT January 19th. The schedule is Monday through Friday at 22:30, and 7500 via Penang, Philippines, and 7560 via Kuwait. That's 250 kilowatts. There were 10 minutes of news about the activities of President Trump, repeated 3 times. They say it sounded like the voice of Trump. Chinese government might have noticed around 2020 jamming 7500 with the voice of China. But there was no jamming against 7560. However, the next day, January 20th, Takahito says, I confirmed it myself in Tokyo, a very strong signal. Survey time variables in China during the transmission on both frequencies. Joe Hannon in New Jersey monitored this January 20th at 22:26 via the remote in Holland. A very first signal on both hurricanes, which signed off with the Yankee Doodle IS, and 7560 Kuwait, which did not use the interval signal. There was some interference, presumably CNR, but difficult to confirm in Europe. Leah Van Cobb recommended reading from Steve Herman, formerly of VOA, at his Substack called News Dive, Potemkin Airwaves, the hollow resurrection of U.S. international broadcast, dated January 15th. At the Fayol News Desk, January 14th. Story headline.
So, World of Radio. Got my phone at the same time, so I can check out emails of anybody who would say hello through the email, because I didn't have access to it, and sometimes some people just say hi through the email. So here we go. Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. Everybody said hi. John, nobody. Holiday special. Nothing special, but I can say hello and thank you to Kevin Davidson, Lagadai, and Brian Leisner for the donations tonight through PayPal. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. It's always nice to have your donations. So through PayPal. And of course, if you want to help out, Super Chat. And think about it because, you know what? This is important to me. It helps me continue. If you like what we do here, if you like what's happening here, how about thinking of a little something? Any amount helps. And thank you for supporting the channel and the live shows. All right. Let's continue here. Curly the Unacceptable. At 60, I learned to forget things. Old Radio's my birthday is March 19th. Mine is March 20th. London 19657. Gonna feed is 14 cats. I just got one to feed and it's like, oh god. Like I ordered a Sunflash RD666 radio for under $15 with tax and shipping. It's like 11-inch wide, medium wave FM, shortwave MP3, Bluetooth, stereo, rechargeable batteries, AC power, plus runs on D cells, and a flashlight. Wow. Interesting. I got this radio that I haven't talked about this week that I need to actually start talking. The Pronus portable here, which kind of looks neat actually as a small little portable. All I've done with it yet is use it as a Bluetooth speaker just to try it, but I need to tune around and talk about it. Uses D cells, uses an 18650 if you want, and got no power, but you got sunshine. You even got a solar panel to power it. So I'm curious about something here. I'm going to do an experiment. I don't know if it does work like that, but anyways, as an experiment, I've removed the 18650. There's no batteries in it. Is the light source that I'm using powerful enough, or does it work like that? Maybe it doesn't work the way I think, to turn on. So let me do this. I guess not. I guess not. Or maybe it doesn't work like that. Maybe it's a recharge. I have no idea. I haven't read the manual. I don't know. Let me just try something here. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be powerful enough. So anyways, we'll see. Maybe it's just made to recharge. Or maybe I didn't switch something. Yeah, that's the other thing I haven't seen. So anyways, this is a interesting little thing to play with. And we'll see. It's one of those cheap, inexpensive radios that's DSP based, and it's just kind of cute. That's it. It's 25 Canadian dollars, something like that. It's not very expensive. RJ Dakota, I like anything that shows how radio actually works to someone who has only been introduced to it. I built my first crystal set from a Ramco kit. It worked too well. Got some non-local stations on it. Wow, that's cool. I think I'm in those seen some new shortwave radios with integrated cassette players, so you can record the shortwave to cassette. Sounds cool. Nostalgia hits. Well, I got one here. I've got the I've got this one, which is the what's the brand? It's got a lot of dust. I need to clean it up. It's a Crosley branded radio. I really need to clean this thing up. Here. And that has a cassette player. I don't remember what's on the cassette. I guess I can play it now. Oh wow, some music. I think it's one of the tapes from my mom. This is one of the tapes from my mom. There's something nostalgia for me of, you know what? Looking at a cassette that is actually turning like this. This brings me back to the old days of, you know, all the cassettes, my boombox, even the tape recorder that I used to have. So this is kind of, and rewind. So this is an AM FM shortwave Crosley. It's pretty heavy now because it's got D batteries in it. Radio. With Bluetooth. And it also can play MP3s. On the top it's got the places for the SD card and then USB thumb drive. It actually has a power cord. You can plug it in. This could be your kitchen radio, actually. And this is probably what would be kind of my kitchen radio if I wanted to have one permanent. Plug it in and everything. So, you know, there's a mic here. It's kind of interesting. Let's try something, guys. Let's record. See if it works. So this is a recording live from the official shortwave radio channel on cassette. Yeah, 4-track cassette. Let's rewind. And let's play. Does it work? From the official shortwave radio channel on cassette. Yeah, 4-track cassette. So there he is. That works. That works. So okay. I recorded. Man, last time I recorded my voice on a cassette probably is decades. So and now starting on 15770. Voice of shortwave radio. And if you're on 9455, I believe, it's the shortwave radiogram where you can decode MFSK 32 on FLDG with the shortwave radiogram here on 9455. So that's starting now. Also, we've got, Radio Romania English 6030. And what I think is China Radio via Cuba on 5990, but there's no Turkey on 5960 right now. So kind of interesting. Brian Lisner says now new totals for Philadelphia, only 8 to 10 inches. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a big cat. Bill Penna says, my wife gets super excited when Paul makes his appearance. Yeah, he's 13. He's going to be 13-ish years old now. Oh yeah, Paul the cat was exactly that. It was like, I want food, Kenneth. Definitely. Yeah, Blogger Die. But it's not the VOA we're used to. It's a different VOA. Brian Lisner. Blogger Die. Gilligan. And I think I only found one radio when I went testing where the solar panel was enough to power the radio. Yeah, I have, the only one I have here that I actually have, the panel is strong enough, is that Bajan, crank radio that used to be sold for African countries. If you bought one here, it was expensive because if you bought one here, you would also pay for one for somebody in Africa, which I thought was pretty cool. So this is, that's what I'm talking about, free to choose. I'll show you guys the one I have here. This one is a later model. But this is one that was built by a factory in South Africa for some time. So it would actually have people from Africa working. But this is, man, it has a lot of dust on it. This is one. This is one. So this is the, it's transparent. It has a crank in the back with a spring, and that spring here is you don't open this radio because that can kill you. And I'm not joking. There's even warnings to say, don't open this. It's dangerous. So, if you turn it on, so you have the crank that could power it. So let me just... There we go. So if I crank it, you can see it turning. And this is a radio that just the power from the sun or a very bright lamp was enough to power it and give me radio without cranking or anything. I could just leave it in the sun. And so this was sold at Radio Shack. I took this one because I liked the fact that I could see inside, and the blue one. And it was on sale when I purchased it. I think I paid $70. But like I said, the deal was when you would purchase one of those was given to someone in Africa. So you're in fact buying a radio, but making a donation of a radio to an African person, which I thought was actually a very good idea, a very cool idea. It's just AM, FM, and as a power adapter if you want. There was a shortwave version of this that was done. Unfortunately, that's the one I would have loved to have, but I never found it here. But this one is AM, FM, and it's decent, and the sound level is kind of, decent. So right now it's on medium wave. So it depends what you want to listen to, and you turn it on, and that's interesting also. When it's off, it doesn't turn, but when you turn it on, that spring starts giving power.
Than 500. Sensors. Advocates say it's a crucial resource. Sam Watts is with the Welcome Hall mission.
These kinds of cold temperatures are dangerous, and people who elect.
So that's pretty cool. Full crank gives you 1 hour of radio. So, and it also makes you with, really big muscles. So it's like if you don't go to the gym, you can listen to this all day. You'll be a gym rat and a radio listener at the same time. So this, I love this radio. It's kind of cool. I had not turned it on in a couple of years, I think now. And now I feel like I want to use it. I want to just play with it a little more and make videos. Oh yeah, the new tapes of I've got two radios that actually record on cassette. They are so freaking cheap and bad quality compared to what we used to have as cassette recorders. And I'm not even sure they're stereo. I think they're all mono now. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here at KB2AHS in Long Island, New York. What else do we have? Kenneth says, until they put a spring into the radio like old-time phonographs, you wear yourself out cranking the radio. Kenneth has no signal on 15770, but 9455 coming in as 4. Kevin says there's a boombox with shortwave on Amazon, the QFX. Yeah, I got the old one. I've got the QFX J219, I think is the number on that one, or 218. That one, the 220, is the latest one. It has Bluetooth. Unfortunately, that is also a very crappy thing. It has 2 speakers, but it ain't stereo. And the recording head is a mono recording head for the cassette. So it doesn't record in stereo, and it plays back mono. Which is, I find that so stupid. I mean, what's the difference? I mean, how much difference would there be in price to put it stereo? You know? RJ Dakota, when my friends added a radio, when you cranked up, you would wound it up completely, and it lasted as long as the mechanism pushed the dynamo to produce the current needed. Yeah. I do have the DGen DE13 with dynamo here. That dynamo actually charges a battery inside. Oh yeah, a lot of stored kinetic energy, definitely. I mean, that thing, they tell you don't go in. Don't go in. John Gary, what's the brand name? The one of the other one with the cassette is a Crosby, and this one is a Bajan. It's the free play, Bajan free play. So you can see it here. It's free play. And this is not, I don't think there's any of those sold anymore. Bajan, it's the free play self-powered energy. And it's, I think the company was Bajan, B-A-Y-G-E-N, that made this. This is a very heavy radio, by the way. Very heavy. It's kind of cool to see through it, to see everything. That's what I like about this thing. I mean, if you turn the spring, power the radio, you can actually see the mechanism turn inside, the wheels turning. It's like very, 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 very unique. To you guys can't see really well in the camera, but this is like so cool. I like this.
The leadership race for the CAQ has.
I like this. So those haven't been sold in a long, long time. I bought that when it was still called Radio Shack back in the day. So this comes from, I think this radio comes from the 90s. It really comes from the 90s. But I find it particularly cool that no batteries, no cranking. If you have some sunshine or a very bright light source, you just put the solar panel there where the light is the strongest, and your radio is going to work. It actually works, and the radio works really well. So that is actually what I liked about it, because I thought, well, you got no batteries, got no nothing. Your charging, your cranking arm is dead. You just put it in the sunlight, and that's what I would use to do many times when I got it. Sometimes I wanted to listen to a music station on FM or something, or what I would do is I just put it on the table in the front balcony in the sunshine, and let it play all day as the sun was on it. It would just play all day with my favorite stations. Blogger says, I found virtually no low-end cassette radio devices with stereo. I don't get it. Because I would figure that today it would cost so little to have it in stereo that I just can't understand why they don't do it. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. The only stereo cassette thing that I still have here is my mom's Panasonic boombox, which was purchased in... I think I purchased that as a gift in 2000-ish. And I still own it here, and it still works great, and it does have better sound than this crappy thing for recording. Oh yeah, those prison radios. I'd like to have one. Nope, they don't have stereo tape heads. It's really mono tape heads that they have on. And even that QFX that we're talking about, when you open it and you look at how it's wired, it's not wired for the two speakers to be in stereo in any way. So even the FM band, when you listen to it, isn't stereo. It's mono on two speakers. And when you look at how it's wired, it's not wired for stereo. It doesn't work like that. It's weird. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. And here temperature is now dropping. We're at minus 22, which is minus 9 Fahrenheit, according to my weather station. Yeah, there is a clear case telephone. I remember seeing that. Everything that was transparent I loved, because I loved to see the inside. I remember my mom wanted to have a very small portable AM FM radio. And there was one in a store. It was non-branded. It was weird, but it added a good looks. And it was transparent. There was a black one and there was a transparent. I was like, oh, I like the transparent. And it was actually very decent AM FM radio, and I think I paid $15 for it. And man, my mom listened to that radio and was, walking around the house with that all day long. Kenneth, I heard about a Bajan on BBC's World Service Innovations Now program. It's possible. There was a lot of talk about these radios back in the day. I remember, I think it was Wavescan that had a show almost dedicated to them. And I thought it was really cool, that idea of, a rich guy from North America will buy one and give one at the same time to somebody in Africa. I thought the idea behind it was actually very cool. It was like, oh, yeah, sure. Even though it's more expensive than probably it would be. It's like, well, I'm giving one to somebody. So, yeah, okay, I'm in fact paying 2 radios. David Stearns, I have a pocket St. G and AA radio, AM/FM clear radio. Must have been made for prison since it's clear plastic. Great pocket radio. I got one here, clear, transparent, white plastic too, from St. Gian. Kenneth says it might be the tape head is hard to make stereo. Well, I mean, there are tons of boomboxes. They all had stereo heads back in the day. Ricky says lack of stereo tape heads equals maybe a silly anti-piracy measure for music. You know, maybe, I don't know. That would be stupid. You know. London 19657 plus 17 Fahrenheit here. Beer don't freeze on the step yet. Yeah, that reminds me of every time I had these big Christmas parties and everybody was like, where do we put the beer? Well, the fridge is full of food, so, you know, in the balcony outside in the snow. It's gonna stay cold. Kenan, when you announced the temp, my feed froze. Man, so that's I think it's going to be down to minus 27 tonight, like minus, I don't know, what is it, minus 15 Fahrenheit or ish. Arjit Joshi, nice to have you on board. From the foothills of the Himalayas in India. Better late than never, but sending along my New Year greetings to you and everyone. Well, it's the same here, Mr. Dr. Archit Joshi. Much appreciated that you say hello and you're here tonight. Really, really nice to have you on board, and a happy New Year to you too, and everything, you know, the good health and a great 2026. So, you know. Mike B, I just sent you an email. I think you're talking about my headphones. Let me check that out. Oh, look at that. Cost transparent headphones. That's cool. That brand reminds me, I always had, as a teenager, I would listen to music, and the only look at that. This is the new app for weather. So here's minus 21 here on the weather app. So, the only good headphones that I had when I was a young guy into my teenage years were the ones from my brother. My brother had these really big headphones. They were, I don't remember what brand they were, but they sounded good. And later, when I got my first stereo, I thought, well, I'll be listening a lot with headphones on the stereo, so I'm going to go buy a good pair of headphones. And costs were the first headphones I ever purchased. And I remember coming on, putting them on, and like, wow, this sounds so good. So good. It's just amazing. Brian Leesner, I just think the cassette thing is economics. When its popularity dropped as a media, the Sonys and Panasonics of the world stopped manufacturing the mechanisms. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But there must be some stereo heads still being made somewhere. You know, I mean, wow. Take care, Andy New. Nice to have you on board. Skidology. Those look like prison headphones. Yeah, Cosmic Lettuce, minus 21. Plus the wind chill. With the wind, it's something like, it's very windy outside, so it's like minus 30, 35. Pretty crazy. And it's always a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Harshid Joshi. RJ Dakota, don't know why you'd put contraband in a set of headphones. Hey, Camendo, the stereo tape head is like $10 on eBay. Wow. Maybe they aren't. Could it be that they're... I wonder, if you type mono headphone, mono tape head. Let's check it out here. Amazon stereo 4-track tape head. Tape head, recorder heads, magnetic, dual track. And, well, you know, here I get 3 for $12. 1 for $9.79. So there's one here, the Vicus Guy stereo audio cassette magnetic head replacement for tape recorder. Metal construction, double track, stereo. $9.79. Okay, and what about if we put mono? If I put mono here, M-O-N-O, doesn't even come out. They only have stereo. That's interesting. I have a hard time thinking there's much difference in the price, but maybe there is. I don't know. This is weird. This is definitely bizarre. I gotta say. I've gotta say. So, let me just check out here. This is crazy tonight. The lack of pirate stations tonight. No pirate stations showing up on HF Underground. Pretty crazy. Right now I've got the ones I have are Audio Technica. And these sound very, very good. Audio Technica. These are plugged into my console. When I listen to music, these are great. London 1965 710E Radio Shack got stereo headphones with massive whip aerials back in the day. I remember a guy looking like he was on Baywatch running in ridiculous headphones, 78. My father purchased, remember when Radio Shack had the headphones with AM, FM, or at least FM. I don't know if it was AM, FM, but there was a radio and the headphones, and there was this antenna sticking out of them. I remember my dad purchasing that back in the day. Take care, Justin. Stay safe. See you next week, 20 hours UTC. I remember that back in the day. The radio headphones. And there were so many things. I was looking last week. I shared the Radio Shack catalog website, and they. I was looking at all the stuff from the 1982, 3, 4 catalog, and man, it did bring me back in time. It was just So amazing. So amazing, all the stuff they had that, you know, I was looking, man. Let's see here. Radio Shack, radio, headphones. Oh God, yeah. Oh man, these are. Trying to check if I can find that image you're talking about of the guy on the beach or something, but wow. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Bob Rouse says, yeah, I had the wire dangling going nowhere. That was the antenna. Oh, man. $73.52. Must be 73.50 or 55. 73.50 kilohertz right now. Nothing. 55. And what language are you hearing? Out of curiosity. 73.50 at this time. China radio mostly. Almost all China radio. There's Radio Marti until 2300. It should be stopped 73.55. What language are you hearing? Yeah, shortwave version. Canada. I forgot the name of the old roller skating movie filmed on Venice Beach, California in the 70s. Bubbaloo. Yeah, minus 40 equals minus 40. Yeah, definitely. That's where it all meets up. Those little things there's a pair in that Diva video, Whip It. Like it, I used to have some FM radios about the size of my thumb, rechargeable and maybe with some memory. I remember I had a very, very small one that was a keyring, and it was an FM only radio. No display, no nothing. All it did was, if you wanted to listen to your favorite station, you had, when you turn it on, you had to click the button to scan until you scanned to the station you want to listen to. And I had that for quite a while, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is cool! You got a keyring radio, FM radio." It's like, yeah, it's kind of cool. London 1965-7. I had the Darth Vader weather toaster. Sad winker here. Connect to Wi-Fi for the forecast on your toast. Not lying. Wow. Johnny Z, I had a 1980s radio with a thumb drive. My thumb would drive up the volume when I turned the knob clockwise. Oh, God. Brian Leeser, I had the world's smallest AM/FM shortwave receiver. Headphones only, and I lost it. Yeah, that's, you know. Oh man, this is so. I had never, I have a good old Black and Decker toaster, and it actually has a very it has a very special meaning because my sister that died from cancer that actually gave it to me as I think it was a birthday gift. a few years before she died, so it's like that toaster is 18 years old or something. And the other day, and it never even crossed my mind about how a toaster works. I mean, there's an element, and it creates heat and all of that, and I understand the basics, but I mean, I never really focused on how it works. And I came across a technology connections video, how the toaster works, and I'm like, I watched it, and for some reason, I became very impressed at how very simple technology makes it work. Especially, I had never thought about it, but when your toaster is not plugged in, you can't make it work. It doesn't stay down. And I had never figured out why. I never thought about, why it doesn't. And it's when I saw his video and I was like, oh, there's an electromagnet. When it's not plugged in, that magnet doesn't work, so it doesn't stay down. And I was just like, wow, this is amazing. Even a toaster is amazing. Oh, God. It was just like, wow, okay. Oh, man. Then in 19657, while we're on memory lane, I had the Casio FM card radio. Oh, wow. I had, and this was the most sad moment in my freaking life. My father had purchased one of the very first watch that was a digital watch with a, crystal, one of those crystal displays. And the crystal LCD display. And it had a calculator and all on it. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. And one day he didn't wear it anymore. And he just like, I looked at the watch and he said, oh, if you want to take it. And I remember I had that watch all the time. It was like just the coolest thing. I got a calculator and a liquid crystal display watch on my wrist. That was so cool. And then one day, I went to the swimming pool. What do you think happened? You go to the swimming pool and you forget that you got a watch. And I just jumped in the pool. And the watch didn't work after the pool. I was so freaking sad. So freaking sad. It's just like, oh. Okay. I just grabbed the watch. Oh yeah, new toasters are probably much more advanced now. Johnny Z, technology connection guy is funny. He's got his own way of talking about stuff. Joseph 15770 coming in S9 into his Texan PL 680 and ML 830. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Like I, several tool companies have workplace radios. DeWalt and Milwaukee sell them. Bubble, is it true that putting a metal fork in a toaster coils when hot, one could get electrocuted? Maybe if you're touching something else. I mean, the coils are resistance, and I mean, you are dealing with AC current. But just putting the fork without touching anything else, you're probably you might short something. Electrocuted, I don't think so. But if you're holding the fork and touching something else of metal, then that would be possible, yes, to get electrocuted. Definitely. And then 19657 then never got in the pool with the watch on because I swim like a cow. Oh God. Oh, God. DJS 127. Sorry to hear your sister passed away from cancer. Yeah, she had breast cancer and didn't. It didn't. It didn't go well. She died about 3 years after the original cancer. Back in she died in 2011. And that's the story of that little. Every time somebody asks me, what's the story of that little rabbit over here? The little rabbit over here has a story. It goes with my sister. It's a memory from my sister. It's she. It was Easter, and she gave me a little box with chocolates, and that little bunny was on top, and she said I thought it was cute. And so since she passed away, that little rabbit is always there next to me. And I always thought that one of the things I always thought was she loved animals. And sometimes I pet Paul the cat, and I think of my sister, and I'm like, if there's one thing, I look at my cat, and I'm like, Paul, there's one thing I would love is that my sister would have seen you and she would have known who Paul the cat is. She would have loved you like, crazy. But it's that's life. That's life. This week was the what? We're on the 18th. This week was the 18th anniversary of my mom dying. She died in January of 2008. So it's 18 years ago. Man, time just flies. It's so crazy. But it's not a good idea to stick forks into electrical appliances. That definitely is the rule to follow. Don't stick anything metal in there. That reminds me of. The Joseph says, "Don't eat yellow snow." That always reminds me of my nephew, and he's like, I don't know, 5 years old, and we're at the Sugar Shack, and they're having that maple kind of taffy in the snow, and he doesn't want to eat it. He's like, I don't want some. I said, why you don't want some? It's good. And he just doesn't answer. And I say, why don't you want to eat that? He says, well, the snow, I saw them, mister, take the snow in the forest. Yeah. And the animals in the forest, they pee in the snow. Uh-huh, okay. So he doesn't want to eat it because of that. And I'm like, when I was 5 years old, that was the last of my worries of animals peeing in the snow, and I'm not going to eat that maple taffy in the snow. And he's like, well, animals pee in the snow. I don't want to eat that. It's like, yeah, what can I answer to that? The worst is my sister says, well, they didn't pee in that one. And all he says is, how do you know? And then again, I was like, what can I answer to that? Nothing. It's life. Like, yeah, okay. Well, if you don't want it, I remember I told him, I said, don't want it, I'll eat yours. And I I think I said something like, I don't care if they peed in the snow. It's still good. Welcome back, VT Radio. Trying again for Disacheo Island before going to 160 meters. Mike B, I like your stories last week about how your mom kept loaning you money to buy the radios. Well, she knew that I would give it back, so, you know, she never refused to anything. I remember once I had to go to the dentist, and it was like a real big job, and it was like $1,000 job or something. You know, like, I ain't got $1,000 to pay for the dentist. And she just looked, I remember she looked at me and she says, I'll loan you the $1,000 to go to the dentist. So you just give it to me, you know, $100 a week. I was like, all right, got the money for the dentist. Yeah, time is the only healer, absolutely. A beer and a shot, London 19657. Want to get drunk? I actually have vodka here, and Angava gin, which is a Quebec gin made of, it's made with the northern Quebec herbs that grow there, and they kind of put it in that gin, and it gives it a very distinct taste, and so I like that. Johnny Z, when I dropped my phone in the water, removed a SIM card and battery and tried really well. 30 minutes later, it was working again. Yeah, unfortunately, back in that day, that watch, you couldn't remove the battery or anything. It never worked again. Oh, it was so sad. Tosalov, it's strange how memories are triggered by so many different things. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes music. I don't know if you guys that listen to music a lot. If you listen to music, sometimes you'll have one part of a song in a situation where suddenly, it's funny how your brain is powerful with that. When your brain is actually, it's like almost like going through time. Your brain suddenly not only reminds you of a moment, but you have the smell, you have the feel. It's as if you have been transported through time to that specific moment. I find that so powerful of the brain being capable of doing it. It happened to me where I lived when I was young. I was on that street. I was listening to my phone on shuffle, and it played "Call Me" by Blondie, which was a song I loved. I still love it, and I loved back in the day. The song started, and for a moment, I wasn't in 2025, 2026. For a moment, I was on that street in 1980. A little kid. With all the smell, the feel, it was like intense. And, you know, it lasts like a fraction of a second. But when you come back, you're like, wow. I was transported to time for some reason. My brain was able to bring me back exactly to that moment with all the feels that were around me, that is very powerful. I find the brain so powerful to be capable of doing that and bringing all your senses to the exact moment in time that all of that happened. And I was like, oh, wow, this is just amazing. Michael says, jet fuel in the snow. Well, here in Canada, there's very low chance of jet fuel in the snow. in most places. Don't eat the smart pills in the snow either, Bubbaloo says. London 19657 says, smart kid. Yeah, technically, yeah. Hey, Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here from Beijing, Middle Kingdom. Nice to have you here. Kenneth says, I learned about yellow snow from Rider of the Purple Stage. Oh, God. Free to Cheers reminds me of when I was 5 years old and sitting on the front seat of my dad's car. His police scanner was stolen and 2 cover wires were hanging under the dash. I stuck the 2 wires together and got zapped. Yeah. Oh, God. They called it mellow yellow. You know. The H1AO, I just added bread, scrambled eggs, bacon, and good old German beer. Now I'm peace with the world. That's an interesting mix, but you know what? I'd try it anytime. Bubbaloo, I had an old national shortwave radio and I'd get zapped on occasion. Oh, God. Remembering the smell of decades. Truly amazing. Yep. That was, new radio smell. Nick Hammond, yeah, smell brings strong memories too. Yes, definitely. I had that happen also, having the odor or the smell of something and like, oh boy. It happened last summer. I was taking a walk and there was this old man that was smoking a cigar. And I remember as a teenager, I never, smoked a cigar. But I remember as a teenager, always telling myself that how I thought the cigar smell was so good. One of my uncles was smoking cigars, and every time he would smoke one, I was like, man, that smells good. I like the odor of, okay, it's not good for you, I know. It's second-hand smoke, but still, I hated the cigarette smell, but I loved the cigar smell, and that I remember. So last summer, I was taking a walk, and there was this old man sitting on a bench in the park, smoking a cigar, and I got a whiff of the cigar smell, and it brought me instantly to my uncle's place. For a second, he had a huge train track with a village and everything. And every time we would go, I was maybe 10 years old. Every time we would go there, and he was in Sherbrooke, Perry. My uncle was in Sherbrooke. And we would go to Sherbrooke, and I would always go because I had, at 10 years old, my parents were like, you want to come with us, or you want to stay alone all weekend? They were kind of, they were, and I was safe enough that I could be left alone at 10. Things that don't happen today. It's like, I don't know why. But back then, that was a thing. But I would always go because I was like, oh, yeah, that's the uncle that has these big, train tracks and stuff. And I want to play with the trains. I want to go. So I would always go. And I remember they had a Siamese cat. So when I had that smell, for a second, I was sitting next to the train track village stuff, and I was playing around with trains. It just was so powerful. I was there for an instant. And I remember thinking, oh man, the good old days playing with his trains. He had tons of trains. And I mean, it was a very well done track with all the rails and stuff. It was just amazing. And I passed through, and then I stopped for a second. And I actually told the old man, I said, your cigar just made me go back in time when I was young of an uncle's where I would go and play with his trains while my parents would play cards and you know, and he was like, oh wow. I said, yeah, the smell of your cigar, because he was a cigar smoker. And I actually told him, I said, I never smoked a cigar in my life, but I always thought that the cigar smell was good. It smelled good. But you know, when you say, you know, what brings you, I never smoked cigar, and yet I thought it was smelling good. And so, you know. But oh man, that was something. Nick Hammond, yes, smells bring song memories too. I had a brand new CD back in 2000. I still remember the smell of the new open CD today. Cosmic Lattice, among many other things. Our brains are likely time and space machines. Yep. Definitely. London 19657. My brain used to be powerful. My brain is powerful at the beginning of an evening at karaoke, but it's not as powerful when I end the night with a beer. Craig Martinetti, January 8th, 70th anniversary of the 5 missionaries who were killed in Ecuador in 56. March Saint, widow of Nate Saint, the pilot. She married Abe Van Der Puy, president of WRMF HCJB. Trying to see, watch out where the Huskies go. Oh, man. Then the Negro herbs, rosemary, mint, basil, instantly take you back to being a child in the garden. You know, I used to have a very big, that was something I loved. It was, for me, it was like science-y kind of thing, and fun to also see biology. When I went to college, I remember I went to applied sciences, but later I was thinking that I should have maybe gone into biology, because when I was a teenager, a young guy and a teenager, and that came from school actually. I was maybe 8 or 9 years old, and the teacher, she made us grow a little plant. And next to the window in class, we all had our little plant with our name on it. And I still remember the teacher coming to me and saying, you're the one that takes care of your plant the most, and look how beautiful it is compared to the others. And I was hooked. There was something about, wow, this is so cool. I planted a seed and I have this plant growing. And this is so beautiful. And I remember I took care of that plant at home like it was, you know, a little baby. It's just crazy. And that year when summer arrived, I told my mom, I'd like to have a box with flowers and stuff, but not bought flowers from somewhere. I want to, you know, put seeds and grow my own plants in there. And, you know, it never came through, but I was, you know, looking at stuff and I was like, oh, there's planks here and there's nails and there's a hammer. How about I build my own box and put some, some dirt, some earth in it. It's like, I remember I went to get a bag to plant stuff, and it's like I just put it in the box, and my mom I remember my mom looking in on the balcony and saying, "Where do you get a box?" I built it myself with discarded planks and nails that just were hanging around. If you're not going to buy me a box, I'm going to create my own freaking blocks to put the plants in. And that's what happened. And I was somehow fascinated. You know, I would put seeds and I would look at the ground, and when I'd see the little plants just like starting to come up, and I was like, this is so cool. This is the coolest thing around. I put seeds and these little plants are just trying to grow and do something, and then I would have, like, you know, and a month and a half later I would have my first flowers, and I was like, this is so beautiful. And every year, and actually I still have that. I went to the dollar store to buy stuff, and now you know, I mean, it's January, so they're already thinking about spring, and I look and it's like, oh, growing your own strawberries, growing your own tomatoes, growing your own mint, whatever. And I was like, oh, I'm going to buy that. It was like $3.50. It's like, the kit contains everything you need. It's like, oh, I want this. I want to try it. I want to play with that. I want to do it. So I actually purchased 3 of them. Mint, basil, and the other one was tomatoes. It's like growing your own tomatoes, growing your own stuff. It's like, I want to do that. So I still have that. It's like there's something magical. For me, it's really magical. It's like from out of just this little seed, you grow a plant that does, you know, it grows up, does flowers or fruits. I don't know. I've always been fascinated. And when I went to college and we were in biology, I noticed some of my highest grades were in biology class. And I remember thinking, wow, maybe this is where I should be going. This is something that makes me tick. I love this, you know. I don't remember, Perry, where they lived. All I remember, do I remember? No, I don't remember anything. I don't remember what street or anything they lived in, but I remember they were in Sherbrooke. They were in Sherbrooke, and they were so sweet. They had a Siamese cat, and it's so funny because the Siamese cat was always like, you know, trying to bite, and it was a bad cat. But for some reason, when I would go to sleep on the couch in the living room because we would spend a weekend there. I would sleep on the couch in the living room, and I remember that the Siamese cat would jump on the couch and sleep with me. And I remember my uncle looking at me and saying, "Can't believe it. That cat hates everybody. But every time you're here, he gets on the couch and sleeps with you." I said, "Yeah, I don't know. I guess he likes me." Different Gear TV. The thing with cigars is you have to smoke them properly, not like cigarettes. Yeah. Craig Martinetti, Mrs. HCJB, voice of the Andes, one of the best shortwave radio broadcasters. Yeah, it was good times. I remember my Saturday evenings, which were, so, hey, you guys, I'm going to punch in the frequency. What frequency was this back in the day? What was this frequency back in the day? 31 meter band is full of signals. Look at that. I think we're going to tune it in a few seconds. What was that frequency? 9745. Yeah, I would, on Saturday evenings, it was like Música del Ecuador, the musical mailbag, and DX Party Line. Oh, man. Yeah, you can remember forgetting things, definitely. Michael, my favorite smell was when I was a kid on a warm day, fresh cut grass mixed with cigarette smoke. Really? Wow. I don't know why. I don't know why, but back in the day when, gas had lead in it, for some reason, when there was this like in the wintertime particularly, you could see the smoke coming out of the car. And I remember I would pass by and thought that lead gasoline from a car smelled good. I mean, it was super toxic, but I don't know why. It smelled good. It's weird. We all have these weird things that something smells good or something, Blagada, HCB, yep, on 6050 kilohertz, definitely. Still on the only frequency left. There's a lot of people, when I talked about HCJB many months ago, somebody was telling me, oh, well, HCJB is still on. What are you talking? They're not on. No, you don't understand. The HCJB that we knew is not there anymore. Yeah, there's some shadow of HCJB, but it's not HCJB. On 6050 in December, mid-December-ish, I tuned around and the signal was pretty strong. It was very, very good, very surprising. And they had a 10-minute of that Ecuadorian music. Another time. That was another time where my brain just brought me back to my teenage year listening to HCJB. It just sounded so like, oh man, the good old days. Yeah, yeah. A lot of us like that different gear TV, like turning on a new electronic device. H1N1. What beer are you drinking? It's a Labatt Blue Dry. Cosmic Lettuce. Smell the first monsoon of the season is paradise on earth. One good smell about nature that I have is when I would go up north to La Concepcion. And in the summertime, just after there was some rain, the smell of all the plants, nature, whatever, it's almost overpowering. It's very, very, very strong, and it's like, I remember that smell was just, oh yeah, that smells good. That smells like, I don't know what. It smells nature. It just smells nature. Scatology with 60s, you probably can't even translate that language with Google Translate or anything. Maybe, I don't know. I'd like to. We have to try it. DH1AO, remember the mix of salt water and diesel engine smell when I was around 7. Grandpa's fishing boat. Yeah, there are smells like that you never forget. Never forget. AWFC, nice to have you here. Oh, God. Kenneth, Joe, my problem with self-built boxes is they look like Homer Simpson's handiwork. Well, it wasn't the most beautiful box in the block. I can tell you the one thing, it was just like, that was put together with what you have, and that's it. I didn't have a saw, so I couldn't cut the planks. So on the other side, I remember that the piece of wood was like 2 inches out of the box, because I didn't have anything to cut it. But you know what? It was a box, and my plants were in there. Oh, God. Two broke Tim used to smoke until got arrested by DEA. Oh, God. Nick Amendot. Come to Canada. It's all legal now. Nick Amendot. Still remember my bean and cotton wool experiment. Oh, yeah, that was a thing. Seeing it growing as a kid was amazing. Absolutely. That was a thing, too. I remember it happened here. I had that happen, too. That was so cool. So cool. London 19657. It's all about parallel lines. Oh yeah, that is a great album. Absolutely, by Blondie. Definitely. Definitely. Boobaloo, hearing Rush transports me to a parking lot of snow in Rochester, New York, when I had to go there for training at Kodak. Sun was 1 hour from setting. Music is powerful. Music is powerful. Absolutely. No, I've not been following AlphaPhone. I should. I should. Like it, I grew up north of Mobile, Alabama, home to a large paper manufacturer. Sometimes it smelled of sulfur. The local saying was, "It smells like rotten eggs to you, but bread and butter to me." Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. Oh, magic markers. Oh God. I can't say it smelled good. It smells weird and it smells strong. Hey, Bach from Wick. Nice to have you here. Yeah. Rock from Wick. Lead petrol was divine. Old radio, the smell of the dryer vent outside. You know, we all have this weird smell that we just like hooked, and it was like, I like that smell for some reason. Oh man, Play-Doh, I would puke on that. I'd always thought Play-Doh smelled so bad. Oh God. Oh, the X-ray glasses. X-ray glasses, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Absolutely. They moved to Australia. I told you guys about the story of how it might have been, maybe it could still have been there today if it wasn't for a series of really negative things happening, unfortunately. And that was sad. It's like, I mean, they could have been much longer on shortwave. Unfortunately. Oh, really? Brian Leisner, what? DN9ZZJO32, what are the question marks? Oh, man. Michael, I played the organ for years. The smell of a Hammond B3. It had tubes and generator motor. You had to oil once a year. It's like, turning on a tube radio. I turn on this thing here, and it's like, I get in the room, and it's like, the smell of good old radios. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here. Oh, I bet magic markers, just the way they smell, I'm pretty sure they do. Cosmic Lettuce, radio said radio just said hi, -15. Sheesh. That's from my, if you guys hear it, this is the weather station off. It's on my, I just clicked the weather button on my CB radio here. That's what in the market, in the background. Okay, Martina, don't forget to do Moscow Nights, Joe. Yeah, I'll do Moscow Nights. All right. All right. Not necessarily a fan, but it's not bad. King Crimson, yeah, not bad. Brian Listener still has 25 megahertz. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. Let's, you guys want to have a few interval signals from the good old days? That will scrap my monetization. So, if you want to, guys, if you want to help me, super chat and pizza fund through PayPal. Because when I do interval signals, I don't get monetization. So how about being the counterpart to the monetization and send me a little something through either the super chat or PayPal, and maybe we can go back in time a little before we leave, and I'll end with the memorable Moscow Nights. So let me just do a little something. I'll mute everything because I know there's something bad's going to happen if I don't. So I'm going to mute everything for a second. All right, guys, I am back. So, if anybody wants to have an interval signal, if I can find it, let me know. But we're going to start with how about HCJB time? There we go. So, oh man, the interval signal contest. Well, so here's going back. If you guys remember, two people that today have passed away, pretty much. Clayton and Helen Howard, which were my introduction to the DX party line back in the day.
Soon.
It's pretty
DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line. Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Quito soon. And this is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party Line. It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners. But we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution and your letters and help. Well, that's enough of that type of beginning for the program. Let's get on with the business that's ahead of us, and we would like to encourage you to write to us. Write to the DX Party Line. Don't write to me anymore. Write to John Beck, who will be taking over the broadcast. That last name, Beck, is spelled B-E-C-K. Write to...
So this is a broadcast from June 19th, 1984. June 19th, 1984. So that was a long time ago. I have that night when they did that special broadcast. They had a special QSL card just for that. I got it here in my QSL collection with Clayton and Helen Howard signed with a ballpoint point. What did I just say? A ballpoint pen. Too much beer. And I still have that QSL here with the picture of him. And that was my introduction. They were the ones when I started listening to. First time I heard DX Party Line, they were the ones. And then John Beck. Do you guys remember? Anybody remembers another show that talked about radio? John Beck did. That name, does it ring a bell to some of you? I don't know if I can find that. I don't know if I can find that, but if I can, that would be kind of cool. But I never found an audio clip of that show with the beginning. So if anybody remembers, Liberator, nice to have you on board. And La Pluma Capen. God. So that was an interval signal from a station in Western Africa, says Cosmic Lettuce. So John Beck did Ham Radio Today was the name, I think. And the interval signal of that show, that introduction had CQDX in the song. Unfortunately, I've never been able to find that the X song. It never showed up in any searches I've ever done. It must be there somewhere. But that was a show from back then. I remember that. Intervalsignals.net. Let's go here. Western Africa. What interesting interval signal can we bring from Western Africa? So, this one's good. This one is one I was listening to long time ago. This was something that so let me just save link. So when I moved to where I lived before this place, I had my Kenwood R5000. And one of the things that I loved to listen to back in that day was a station that would come on at 0430 UT. Frequency 4904.5. Who remembers there's a station on 5904.5? And what was its interval signal? It was this. You guys going to hear. I remember going to bed listening to this.
N'Djamena, Radio-Diffusion Nationale Tchadienne. Bonjour madame, bonjour mademoiselle, messieurs, bonjour.
N'Djamena, Radio Nationale Tchadienne. This was Chad back in, man, I was listening to that in the 90s. Before going to bed, they would actually have a call-in show, which I always found funny. That people calling in saying hi to their family and friends as they were opening and doing their language. It was in French language back in the day. All right. I want to have anybody tell me what this interval signal is all about. That's an easy one I'm going to give you here. If you've been listening to Shortwave for a long time, this is going to be a good, easy one to do. All right? So, this is from 1977. They have this new thing on this website, which is annoying. So, here's one. This one's better. From 1980. From 1980. Just have to save link because it doesn't play well if I don't do that. So what's this station all about? Oh. That's not the one I wanted. Oops. Oops. Wait. I'm going to go back. What is that? That was not what I wanted. All right. Okay. Here we go. This is English language. And save link as. There we go. So, what this station is all about. That's an easy one. You know when we talked earlier about going back in time? This just brings me back in time. Radio RSA, yep, South Africa. Oh man, this brings me back in time really, really good. So Radio RSA in South Africa.
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg. Greenwich Mean Time, 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA. calling West Africa on 25,790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band, 21,535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band, and 17,780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
All right, so Radio RSA, one of the somebody said this is probably the most listened to African station. I would guess. I think they were the most powerful station out there. There was Africa number one, but Africa number one was in French. So to an English audience, it was not necessarily very popular. I listened to Africa number one a lot. I remember they had this, Africa number one had this show at this kind of, it was a Stephen King type moment. They had this 1 hour where an African writer would have done a horror or science fiction story that they would read on the air. And I still remember one of the stories where the guy was wondering why everybody was feeling weird in the city. The plot of it was that at the end, the factory manufacturing the local beer were manufacturing the beer with these weird creatures, and that the beer itself was those creatures peeing, and that was the beer. And I was like, huh, okay, so that's the beer and that's the plot. All right, okay, I'll take it. And yes, that was before Nelson. That was actually when Nelson Mandela was pretty much in jail back in the day. And that was a time when, South Africa was not in a very good place. We'll say it like that. So, Now, next trivia. What is this interval signal that we'll play now? It's from 1983, a different era. A hint, very communist-like interval signal. Free to choose, as it, Radio Polonia, from the communist times.
Radio Polonia. Radio Polonia.
So that was Radio Polonia. That in those moments of very heavy communism days. Of course, there's some others, like you guys remember what this is all about? Let me just take it here. This is Okay. Well, you need to find a good one. There's so many here on this website that you gotta play around. From 1977. Could that be a good one? Oh, here it is. This one will be okay. So, what is this station? This is a recording from 2000, but it's a station that doesn't exist anymore. So, it is indeed Swiss Radio International. It's true, Bob from Wick. Sounds like an ice cream van coming through the street. Swiss Radio International.
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. Stay tuned for our programs to Southwest Europe in English, German, French and Italian on 15.315 megahertz.
Swiss Radio International.
So Swiss Radio International. I like Swiss Radio International a lot. I really enjoyed. And here's another European station. This one. You can still, on this one, you can still, by the way, once a week they have a once a week English language podcast on their website that I listen to and I do enjoy. So here is this one. What is it? We all like Swiss chocolate, Kenneth. Radio Sweden, Ricky has it.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet. Radio Sweden International.
Ni lyssnar till Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet. Här kommer nu ett halvtimmesprogram på svenska.
So that was Radio Sweden, Stockholm, So apparently there's a pirate on 6925. Let's see if it's there. 6925. Nothing much happening here. Yep, pretty quiet here in terms of the pirate bands. So some interesting interval signals, right? I like that. I like listening to them from time to time. It's really, really cool. Yeah, they did have an older interval signal. Absolutely. And let's go here. So if I go back to Sweden, this is maybe the one you're going to refer about. So that was the 80s version, but Sweden had external service. Yeah, this is the 1980 version, which I believe is the older one. So this is, I guess, what you're referring about. You're referring to.
2 and 13.8.
Wait, there's this, but there's something else. Let me just check out here. Radio Sweden.
You've been listening to Radio Sweden at Stockholm. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time.
I guess
on the
this
same
one.
Frequencies. That is 9,630 and 21,690.
Here. This is the other one. Maybe that's the one you're referring to. Some of them are so eerie and weird. It's like listening to those interval signals from, not interval signals, but, well, kind of interval signals from these number stations. An example of this. An example of this is this. The that was so creepy. So enjoy, guys. This I'm going to get a copyright for, but I will actually fight it. This one. This is so creepy. Today we hear these number stations that just, Morse code or whatever, or say numbers. But back in the day, man, these had interval signals that sounded creepy and weird, which is like so, it's like, I don't know, London 19657, scary ice cream vendor music. That's the Swedish Rhapsody. It's a Swedish number station that was back in the 80s. It's just like, what the hell? But you know, it's the ice cream vendor. This is like a clown, a bad clown in the and a ice cream vending machine or something. So yeah, this is from the Conet project. They will hit me with a copyright strike. They always do. And I always fight back saying, nope, you can't copyright an interval signal from a number station that's on shortwave. They always back off. I don't know why they're trying to get the money from my video. But every time I just like, nope, I'm sorry, it's not yours. Yeah, they didn't make a CD out of it and all of that, but it's not yours. It's not anything is on that CD is not yours. They're other broadcasts. You can't copyright something from somebody else. Oh God. There's so many of those that are so bizarre and just crazy. So, guys, I'm going to end this live show, and we're going to do Moscow Nights. You guys want it? All right. But don't forget, I'm doing Moscow Nights. Super Chat or PayPal donation. If you like what I do, I'm here every single freaking week, and I'm loving it. I like to be here with you guys. And it really, really is something that is important to me to continue doing this. So this is where the PayPal goes. And we're going to end it with the Moscow Nights, guys. So let's go here. I'm still surprised that Moscow Nights is not a copyrighted thing on YouTube. So I don't know. It's that's always weird. So here we go. Let me just see here. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be here. So take care, guys, and enjoy the choreography. Next week, 20 hours Universal Time, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. It's always a great pleasure to have you here, everyone. All right. Love you all, guys. Stay safe. Have a great night.
Chaque épicerie que vous faites.
And don't forget that we're back next week. Thank you, Mark Markland, for the donation. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's always a great pleasure. 4 hours, 48 minutes almost. Take care, guys. Stay safe. All right? Always love you. Always love you.